Welcome to the big thing. I don't know what this is, but my goal, over however long this takes me, you see this? You see how many there are? This is just ridiculous. This is unacceptable. I got close. I finished a bunch of them, and then instead of finishing the rest, I just started a bunch of new shows. I am never going. I am not allowed. I am not allowed to start any new anime until I finish every single show that I am currently watching. Because I don't know, but I haven't watched fucking Harukana Received. I started this years ago. I watched the first two episodes and then just never watched any more of it. I started this when it was airing. I never watched any more of this. I started this. Actually, that wasn't that long ago. I started this when it was airing. I never watched the rest of it. I started this like 6 months ago and then watched 8 episodes in one sitting and then never watched the rest of it. I started shikanoko, nokonoko, koshitantan when it was airing, the first two episodes, and then never watched the rest of it. I started watching Tamayura last summer, and I never. Sorry, it's more aggressive season 3, and I never finished it. I started watching Tengoku Daimakyou when it was airing, and I never fucking finished it. It's insane. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy, and I can't live like this. I simply can't live like this. So I am going to watch every show on here, and I'm not going to start any new anime until I watch every show on there, and that's going to be this video. This video, I'm going to finish all of this. I know it's fucking crazy because some of them are like fucking 70 episodes long, 50 episodes long, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. If it kills me, I'm gonna fucking do it. Episode 13 is the most interesting episode so far of Idolmaster. It is about their first live, and it's interesting from the perspective of someone who knows a little bit about live music, because it's interesting what they decided to take liberties on and some things like this. So the premise of this episode basically is that main girls are slightly less popular idols. They have same company has a group of three more popular idols, but who they're supposed to open for, but the three more popular idols get caught in a typhoon and are late to arrive at the venue, and so they have to perform for much longer than they were expected to, and improvise and gambare through it and whatever. Which is interesting because I feel like that would never happen in real life. Obviously, this show it takes a lot of creative liberties with real life. There's a lot of really goofy episodes, and then there's episodes that are like really grounded. It kind of like flip flops back and forth in a way that's kind of strange, but also pretty interesting and kind of cool. Some of the episodes are more like heightened reality, and some of them are more grounded. This one is one of the more grounded episodes, but I'm curious about this just from a sort of practical production perspective, So, for example, I am pretty doubtful that that would happen ever. That you would have a main act who would show up that late. I'm pretty sure, in a tour, I could believe it if the main act was touring, but it doesn't seem like they're touring. It seems like they're just sort of playing in their hometown or Tokyo, wherever the fuck it is, I don't know. Which, yeah, that doesn't. I don't think this would ever happen. I feel like normally in a big production like this at a big venue, the act shows up like in the morning. Latest midday for a show at like 7. You'd be sound checking by midday almost certainly. It would be a massive fucking pain if you weren't. There's also like funny moments where like they're sound checking. There's a moment earlier on in the episode where one of the girls is sound checking and says like, "Hey, can you turn the volume up on my vocals?" But she's not sound checking with the backing track on, which is completely fucking useless. Like, how would you know how loud your vocals have to be in the monitors if you can't hear the backing track? Also, there's not enough monitors on the stage for a big group. Like, there's a bunch of girls on the stage and there's 3 wedge monitors at the front. Like, they are not going to fucking hear shit. They are not going to hear themselves at all. So I found that kind of interesting. Also, I don't know if you can tell, but they have no microphones. Like, they're just magic. It's just magic. It's fine. That's fine. So the interesting thing is, and I can't play this for you because I will definitely get a copyright strike if I play it, but they're currently singing, this is like the big song performance where you actually get to listen to the whole song in the episode, and you can hear the crowd doing the go, hey, 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 like you would if you were in the crowd at an idol event, right? That's interesting to me because, and then you hear the studio mix of the song that's probably on the CD that came out with this anime, or maybe before the anime. I don't know anything about Idolmaster. I should watch Idolmaster 101 by Artificial Night Sky. But it's interesting because if you were on like, even though the show is about the idols who are performing, and the camera is like this, on the idols, you hear the crowd noise really loud as you would if you were in the crowd, which is interesting because if you were on stage, you wouldn't hear the crowd. In a venue like this, you would hear us. You wouldn't be able to really hear the crowd very well. It's something that kind of freaks out people who perform on like bigger stages for the first time, is that they can't hear the audience. So some to the point where you'll often have a crowd mic that gets piped into the stage monitors so that the artist can actually hear the audience through speakers. Because just because of the way venues work and the way monitors work and stuff like that, they're designed to take the sound from the stage and project it outwards, not the other way around. So that's interesting because it's an interesting choice because it's made to emulate presumably the experience of an audience who have gone to an idol concert before, but not the experience of being an idol. Because if you were on stage performing, you wouldn't hear the audience. You definitely wouldn't hear them that loud if you heard them at all. I don't know. I just found that kind of an interesting decision. Tells you a little something about the product. It's an interesting production choice in the anime. I was thinking about how I would do this. A big production like this. Firstly, you've massively fucked up if your main talent is if the main actor is showing up late and that matters. You fucked up. The main actor should be showing up in the morning. There's no question about that. Like that's just how it works. But that stuff aside, I was thinking. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to talk about that because that's kind of boring. But anyway, Idolmaster, they're idols. Okay, I've been trying to work out in real time what this video is. I think this is a video where I finish all of the shows that I'm currently watching, and that's it. And we're not gonna push the issue any further than that, because I'm currently hyped up on this. Sorry, covering the camera. Hyped up on this. What I was talking about in my previous video, the 2025 year of the otaku. Of course, this passion will fade. This hype will not last for an entire year. So this is the time to build unhealthy habits. I'm watching Idolmaster. This is not one of my watch an anime and commentate on it while I'm watching it, laying around watching videos. I'm not going to be commentating as often as I would because there's just so many shows to get through. So that's one thing. And I also probably won't get through all the shows in this episode. I don't really have an idea of how many I'm going to do. But my goal is to watch as many shows as I can until the video feels like it has a good conclusion and talk about each show once I've finished it. But another thing I've been thinking, sort of unrelated to that, is that there's a couple other videos related to this 2025 year of the otaku thing. One of them is I do want to make a video about the sort of Georges Bataille aspects of the whole otaku thing that's been going through my head, but I need to work out those ideas first because they're very half baked. So I need to get that figured out in my own head and probably read some more before I go into that. So you might not see that video for a while. But I've had an idea for a video, and I'd want to hear what you think about this in the comments. I know I probably shouldn't even say this out loud because saying it might prevent me from doing it, but at the same time, saying it might mean I hold myself to it. So the idea is, I live in London, big city, and so far, what I've seen is, in terms of buying otaku shit in London, so far there have been comic book shops. There are like a few comic book shops. There are three main ones, and a big regular bookshop that also has a comics and manga section, and they all sell manga. So like Forbidden Planet is, I think, the biggest comic book shop in London, and their basement is all manga. And it's the same with another comic book shop, which I've forgotten the name of, which is in Covent Garden, and there's another one that's kind of close by, which also has a manga section. And then there's Foyles, which is a bookstore, regular. It's the biggest. I think it's the biggest bookstore in London. Um, and they have a pretty decently sized manga section, and they also sell some light novels there. Um, they have all the Monogatari light novels. Actually, they normally don't have everything. Like they normally are out of like you'll find volume 1 and 5 and nothing else. It's one of those situations. But me personally, I'm not that into manga. Like I read manga from time to time, but I've never been that into manga, and I'm not really that interested in owning a big physical manga collection. So like if I was into manga and if I was specifically into like shonen manga or romance manga, uh, there I would be pretty well served. And also, I think if I was in, like shoujo manga, there's starting to be a buildup of shoujo and even some yaoi stuff in some of these places. But there's very, very little sort of moe stuff that I'm interested in. Um, and even if there was, again, I'm not that interested in having a physical manga collection. What I want are just goods, stuff like wall scrolls, posters, tapestries, figures, um, clear files, animation cells, even like dakis and anything like that, just like goods. And so far, it's fairly hard to find that stuff. There's figures, but they're generally like, here's a figure of Goku. Here's Luffy. I don't really want a fucking Luffy figure. I've never seen that show. Like, if you want other things, it's kind of hard to find. So far, it seemed to me. However, I haven't really gone looking in a while, and in that time period, anime has gotten much more popular. And I did have that experience recently where I found just completely randomly stumbled into a sort of yaoi specialty shop which had some good stuff. And I want to go back there because I'm pretty sure they have some cardcaptor Sakura stuff that I didn't buy. And I would be very happy to buy all of their cardcaptor Sakura stuff. Um, So if that place exists, and that's not like you can't find that on the internet unless you know what it's called already. They have like no SEO. As far as I can tell, it's just one person doing all of it. So, you know, I definitely want to go back there. And just in general, I'm sure. In fact, I'm sure because I've just looked it up that there are anime shops, otaku shops in London that are new, at least to me, that I haven't heard of before, that aren't just the comic book stores that sell manga. Um, Now, none of these look great, right? There's a place, I forgot what it's called, but it's called something like Japan Center. That's what it is. It's a place called Japan Center, which is like very well known for being extremely overpriced place where you can sort of go and buy Pockies and Ramune and stuff like that. But they don't really sell, they're just like a weeaboo bait shop. They're not really an otaku shop. Um, but looking online, it does seem like there are a few or new to me anime goods or shops that sell anime goods. And while I don't have it's hard to get a gist of what they have, right? Just from looking at a page on the like I don't know what they stock. So for example, there was one in Covent Garden that I saw. They're all going to be sent like in central London, which I think is kind of strange. At least the ones I found, which I think is odd because like surely there's others, but maybe they just have terrible SEO. Um, so I think like there was that one, and they have an online shop, and they're called Animetal. And looking through their online shop, they seem to be a figure. They have 18 plus manga at fucking on their online shop, and they have you look at their they have a whole massive figures section, and they have, you know, fucking Bocce the Rock, Cardcaptor Sakura, Chunibyo, I don't really care about Planet. Data Life, but then you scroll down and it's like Edo Manga Sensei, you know, like fucking Oreimo's on here. Like they've got a bunch of the fucking Hayore Nyaruko-san. No, like no one's talked about that show in at least 5 years, I'm pretty sure. I think I might be the first person to say the words Hayore Nyaruko-san in 5 years, because no one has cared about that show in a long time. But and they have all of these figures. Like you can buy them online. They have Gotchiusa figures. They have a bunch of Gotchiusa figures. They have like multiple pages full of Gotchiusa figures. And they also have a physical store in London, right? But do you think they have the good stuff in their physical store? Or do you think, looking at the pictures, I can see a shelf, like they have a few pictures on their website, but it doesn't. I don't know, man. There's only one way to know for sure. Like you can't see the shelves properly in the pictures. They're too low res, and you can't they're just too low res. The figures are in the background, and you just you can't see it. Like there's only one way to know, and that would be to go there in person, which isn't hard. I could just take the train there. It's not that difficult. It would be kind of a pain to go there and not find anything, but basically, here's what I'm proposing. How would you guys like to watch a video where I go to as many anime shops in a day as I can and just see what I find and hopefully buy some cool shit if I can find any? Would you guys watch that? Like a vlog, like an outside, like a no thank you goes outside vlog? I don't think I'd vlog inside the stores because I would just be shitting on them. I'd be like, ha, fucking Naruto fags. Yeah, I don't think I could walk into someone's shop with my phone out and just start talking about normies. I think that's too much autism for the public to see. But I would hella fucking, I don't know. You think I should do that, guys? Would you watch that? I think that could be fun. It would cost me a bunch of money to buy, but you're probably saying to yourself, like, that's fucking pointless. Like, why if they have these figures and they sell them online, why not just buy them online? Which is a fair enough point. I want to say I don't really want, like, specifically figures aren't that interesting to me, mostly because my room is a mess and I don't really have anywhere to put them. I think they just get broken. But if I got to experience the experience of walking into a store and buying it, I think it would be different. Like I think that would be quite nice. Just being able to go somewhere and browse. Like I don't have any friends who are into this shit, so I don't know. I can't really call anyone up and be like, "You want to go?" I don't have any otaku friends in real life, so it would be a solo thing. I don't know. I think it could be kind of fun. And I think it could be fun to document because if you see any videos about these sorts of things, they're going to be from turbo normies who are like, oh my god, it's Studio Ghibli. Holy shit, it's Sanrio, So I not really. So I think it might be informative from like a genuine otaku angle to document like which of these shops is actually good. Yeah, that's something I think I will probably make that video. But what do you guys think? Are you interested in that? Anyway, I gotta get back to watching Idolmaster because this anime is not gonna watch itself. God, I've got so many shows to get through. It's fucking crazy. Okay. I found out today that there are motherfuckers on Japanese Twitter, eroge Twitter. These motherfuckers are reading literally 100 more than 100 eroge per year. I found this out. I was just like fucking digging through Twitter when I woke up, which is a really bad habit that I have. And man, but I found some of these accounts and they're just constantly reading, and they read so fucking fast, and they do all CGs as well. They're not like just reading one route and being like, okay, that's good. These motherfuckers read all CGs. They get all CGs and they're reading like literally like 100 fucking eroge every year. Like, that's so crazy. I feel like such a failure seeing these people. I mean, there are people in the English language eroge spaces on Twitter or whatever. They're reading like 50 eroge a year, which is still fucking crazy to me. Like, I read like 4, and that's a strong year if I manage 4. Like, bro, that shit's fucking crazy. These people, they could just sit. I don't know, man. I've shot my fucking brain too hard. I can't just sit and read all day. I don't have the capacities. I don't have the powers. I mean, I can, but I can't consistently. Like I can for the like if I'm in the right mood. If a game is grabbing me, then yeah, I can do it. I've done it many times, in fact. But I can't just go from one eroge and then just straight into the next and I just can't do it, man. It's just too much reading. It's so much, and I'm not powerful enough, and this is a personal failing. Anyway, I'm almost done with Idolmaster. I can't believe I didn't finish it yesterday. I'm actually such a failure as a human being. I'm such a fucking failure as a human being. I thought I'm definitely gonna finish Idolmaster yesterday, and I didn't. I almost finished it, but I have like 4 episodes left. I'm such a fucking failure. So, I just finished the Idolmaster, and I gotta say, that was a really good show. That was a really fucking good show. Now, obviously, because I have most recently watched the final episode, that's what I most want to talk about. I'll probably end up working my way backwards, kind of. But the final episode, episode 25, I thought kind of sucked. Everything that happens in episode 25 is already implied by the ending of episode 24. And episode 25 feels like a redundant kind of victory lap. I'm imagining if I had just finished episode 24 and I had to wait a week to watch 25 on TV, and it was just kind of like nothing, I don't know, was that, I'd be kind of annoyed. That episode just keeps ending. It ends 4 times and just keeps going. And I thought that kind of sucked. This is not just a problem that's exclusive to the Idolmaster. Lots of anime do this. They end the story in the penultimate episode and then have the final episode just sort of be a victory lap where everyone's happy and gets together and has a good time and nothing much happens. And that's fine. It's just a little, and it just kind of cuts all the momentum and the emotional weight out of the series, in my opinion, at least. But what is there to say about the Idolmaster? Well, I have attempted to watch the Idolmaster before, and I've always been put off by the first episode. I really do not like the first episode of the Idolmaster. It's in like this pseudo documentary style. I really don't like it. I really thought that none of the characters were appealing. It just didn't do anything for me, right? I'd watched the first episode before, and I just sort of thought none of these characters are interesting to me in the slightest. I have no interest in continuing this show. A show like this is obviously very built on the characters, and so having a first episode where you introduce 500 different characters, and I'm like, none of these are really doing anything for me. That had put me off from watching the show. But this time, I stuck with it. And oh boy, am I fucking glad that I stuck with the Idolmaster. Because, of course, the cast is really big. And it takes some time for everything to really get going, because it takes time to just introduce you to all of the characters. The show really has 3 sections. It has the first section, which consists of character vignettes. The first sort of half of the show is these single episode character vignettes. And I should say they're very episodic. You know, the only other idol show I've watched is Love Live. And Love Live is not really like this, right? Love Live is more of a continuous storyline, maybe a little more like K-On, right? Love Live is aping K-On a little more. Idolmaster, not like that. The first chunk of the show is sort of vignettes about single characters or two characters' relationships that are very episodic. And also, it varies a lot in tone and presentation from episode to episode. So some episodes are sort of very heightened and fantastical, where there's an episode, for example, that centers around a wedding dress and a ring and a whole comedy of errors surrounding a bunch of stuff with that sort of thing, which I thought was a pretty good episode. But that one, like in particular, is very heightened, very theatrical, very fantasy, almost like romantic, you know. And then you have other episodes that are very grounded and very much about like the realities of working in the idol industry. And it will sort of ping pong back and forth between these two styles in a way that can be a bit disorienting, but also, is it disorienting or disorientating? Someone in the comments let me know. But also, I feel like it works. Like I don't think it's either a positive or a negative that it has these sorts of tone shifts. I think it just is what it is. It's just the way that the show is, and I think it's fine. It works for what it yeah. It doesn't really take away from the show in any way for me. And those earlier episodes that are focused on vignettes about characters are pretty good. They're pretty good. They're pretty entertaining. They're pretty solid. You know, but if it had just, they also vary in quality, right? Like there are some of those episodes that I think are kind of goofy, and none of them are bad per se, but there were some that I don't think are particularly anything special. And then there were other episodes that I thought were really, really fun and entertaining and whatever. Then you get an arc regarding this one character, and please forgive me because I'm terrible with names, and there are so many characters in this show that I have had to bring up a list of the characters' names just to remember them. I'm terribly sorry. Chihaya Kisaragi has an arc, and this is where the show really gets going into a more dramatic angle, a lot more personal, intimate, and dramatic storytelling. And this is really the peak of the show. And what I particularly appreciate about this is that there are so many anime that are about a group of cute girls, and they are like highly melodramatic, right? There are so I can't even begin to mention any because it's very common. And oftentimes, the biggest problem I have with these types of shows is that they start these ultra melodramatic storylines before you even have a chance to get to know the characters, normally around halfway through episode 3. And I find this extremely off-putting. I've complained about it in a number of occasions. And yeah, I just hate it when shows do that, because I'm like, I don't care about this dramatic thing that's happening to this character because I just met them, you know. Whereas Idolmaster does it right. It waits until you've had plenty of time spent with these characters before it pulls the rug out from under you, starts revealing some of the backstory, starts revealing some of the drama, and it's extremely effective. As the show goes on, the characters deepen, the arcs become more emotionally and narratively complex, and they start spanning multiple episodes. And even the directing, the cinematography becomes bolder. As the show goes on, you start to see bolder shot choices and editing choices. There's a shot around this section of the episode where you just see this character, Chihaya Kisaragi, sitting in her room, sort of hugging her knees, right? Just depressed. Things have happened, right? And it is just silent, and it just holds. The camera just holds. It's great. It's a brilliant bit of editing. It's just, the shot just holds silently. There's no, a lesser show would have done a subtle zoom. No subtle zoom, no audio, no nothing. Just a flat shot like the fucking Evangelion elevator scene, you know. And speaking of that, I compared this show to Love Live because it's the only other idol show I've seen. It's really nothing like Love Live. If I had to compare this to any show, I think I would compare it to Evangelion. And if you haven't seen it, that might sound absurd. But if you have seen it, there are loads of direct visual references to Eva throughout the show, but especially in the second half of the show. I think it's not trying to hide the Eva influence at all. It's wearing it on its sleeve, and it's great. It is very effective. There are lots of visual parallels, especially when you get into the final arc of the show, the Haruka's arc, right? Haruka even kind of looks like Shinji. Like, she kind of has the same face and hairstyle as Shinji to a little bit. But you start getting more and more visual parallels with Eva as the show goes on, and I found it to be very effective. And Eva is also very similar, right? Where in the start of the show you have a lot of vignettes that are focused around, they're very episodic and they're mostly focused around one character or the relationship between Shinji and Asuka. Idolmaster is following the same kind of formula for a very different genre, and I think it works very effectively. And once you get to this Haruka arc and the Chihaya arcs, they're much more introspective. They are in the same way that Eva, as it goes on, becomes a lot more introspective and less about what's going on in the world and more about what's going on inside the characters' own minds. You see the same thing happen in Idolmaster, and I think it's extremely effective. And I'm not gonna lie, I did shed a tear while watching this show. That's how good it was. If you know me, you know that I never fucking cry while watching anything. And I did, in fact, the show did make me cry, but that is not on its own, that is not grounds for saying a show is good, because you can emotionally manipulate people into crying without a show being particularly good. For example, Anohana. But no, this show just is actually genuinely good. But it all only makes sense in context. I was watching it and Dotsmite had said to me, like, this looks like garbage during what I was thinking was a really good episode. And I just said, you wouldn't get it. Like, you have to have been here with these characters for the whole time to feel the emotional weight of what they're going through. I mean, there's so much to say. There are so many characters and there are so many things that happen. There's so much I could be saying about this show. But man, I mean, I just gotta. I feel kind of bad because I ignored this show for this whole time because I was put off by the first episode. It turns out you actually can't judge if an anime is going to be good or not based on just the first episode. So yeah, I feel kind of bad about that. I should have watched this years ago. I feel like I cucked myself. I feel like I missed out. But I'm glad that I've watched it now. Just a really fucking solid show from start to finish. It's inconsistent. I said that. It's not true. It's not actually really solid from start to finish. It is inconsistent, and some of the episodes are better than other episodes, but it all comes together in the end. That's really what matters, is it all comes together in the end and creates a surprisingly dark, surprisingly Shinji Ikari-esque storyline. And it all comes together beautifully. It all works. They all sing in harmony together at the end, and it's great. Except for the last episode, which was pointless. But the second to last episode, if you can just stop there, and the show would be perfect. Honestly, if it was 24 episodes instead of 25, I think it would get a 10 out of 10 from me. The final episode existing kind of takes it because it cut all the emotional tension. It just like everything already is implied. I don't know. You already heard me talk about that. I don't know what else to say. There's so much to say, but also everything would require an hour-long tangent. So I guess all that's left is for me to score the show. And this is tricky. I'm definitely hovering around an 8, hovering around a strong 8, but the question is whether this show reaches the level of a 9. It's definitely not a 10. There are too many episodes that are just okay, that I definitely could never give it a 10. It's not perfect by any means. But it's definitely at the very least a strong 8. Is it a 9? We don't know yet. We're thinking about it. We're considering. We're making considerations here. Do I consider this show to be a 9 out of 10? There are some contrived plot points. There are a few contrived plot points. There are some cheesy and corny moments, but it doesn't matter because it's all emotionally effective. They pull it together by just by virtue of the fact that it's emotionally effective, and the story beats being contrived or cheesy or cliched doesn't matter because the emotions underlying it all feel so genuine. So, it's a very good show. It's clearly a very good show. I think I'm going to give it an 8. I think I'm going to give it an 8, but depending on how much I find myself, maybe on reflection, I'll end up bumping it up to a 9. It's that sort of show. It's the sort of show that could end up getting bumped up to a 9 if I find myself reflecting on it and so on. I thought it was great. Strong 8. Strong 8. Oh wait, I'm on Annie list right now. I could put it like a 8.7. I don't know. It's sure, I'll put 8.7. That's good. 8.7. That's what we're doing. And if I need to bump it up, I can bump it up later, and that's fine. Finding a number to represent how much you enjoy the show is very difficult. Yeah, I know people are going to be wondering, okay, who's best Idolmaster then? Who do you think is best Idolmaster? For me, that's a hard question to answer. I think, there's questions of whose arc is the best, like whose character arc is the best. I would say it's Chihaya. And then there's the question of which girl would you like to hang out with the most in real life? That's a hard question to answer. I think it might be Miki. I think it might be Ritsuko. I thought the episode focusing on Ritsuko was really fucking good. I really liked that episode. I thought Ritsuko was just a great character in general. I like the twins, and obviously Haruka. Not a fan of the tsundere girl, Iori. Never been a tsundere guy myself. I don't know. It's hard to say, but they're all great. They're all great. It's a great show. It's Evangelion. It's modern day Eva. That's what it is. It's Eva if it was good. Evangelion if it was good. No, I'm just kidding. Evangelion is good. But yeah, I'm shouts out to Paz who convinced me to watch this show. And that's about all I have to say about Idolmaster before we gotta move on. We gotta keep watching shit. We got so much shit to get through, man. I can't even sit here and enjoy my Idolmasters because next I am going to finish. Let's see. Oh man. Okay, so I'll just read out the shows that I have that I'm currently watching on AniList. Cardcaptor Sakura. I'm on episode 55 out of 70. Denpa Onna to Seishun Otoko. I decided to rewatch this. I'm on episode 1. I was rewatching it with some friends, so I don't know if I will finish this because I have to wait for my friends to be around. Konohana Kitan. I'm on episode 2. Yama no Susume season 2. I'm on episode 17. Acro Trip. I'm on episode 1. Anyamal Tantei Kiruminzoo. I'm on episode 35 out of 50. Harukana Recieve. I don't know if I think that I might end up dropping that show because I didn't really like it, but this should really be on hold rather than on currently watching, because it's one of those shows where I stopped watching it because I couldn't decide whether I wanted to drop it or not, and then I just never finished it. That's episode 2. Henjin no Sara the Role. This is like a random seasonal show that I picked up because the character designs look cool. It's okay. I don't know. I don't know if I want to finish it. Jinrui wa suitai. Fuck. Humanity has declined. Jinrui wa suitai shimashita. This is a good show. This is a good show. I'm on episode 8. I can't believe I can't believe I didn't watch this sooner. First of all, and I started watching it because I found out it's written by Tanaka Romeo, who wrote my favorite visual novel, Cross Channel, and another visual novel which will probably become my favorite in the future, Kazoku Keikaku. And it is really good. If you haven't watched Jinrui wa Suitai Shimashita, you should watch it or read the light novel. Konosubarashii Sekai ni Bakuen wo. This is the Megumin spin-off. I watched the first episode when it was airing and then never finished it. Sakurasou no Pet na Kanojo, which I'm on episode 8 out of 24. Shikanoko nokonoko koshitantan, which I'm on episode 2 out of 12. Tamayura more aggressive. It says I'm on episode 2, but I'm pretty sure I'm on episode 5. I think I just forgot to mark it. And Tengoku Daimakyou, which I'm on episode 3 out of 13. The question is, what do I watch next? I think I will watch... well, the one I'm closest to finishing is Jinrui wa Suitai Shimashita. So maybe that would be the obvious answer. But I also kind of want to watch Yama no Susume, because that's also a great show. I don't know, and I'll try and watch at least one episode of the 2 Magical Girl shows as well, just for fun, just for progress. What am I gonna watch? It's tough. I should just pick at random. Close my eyes and wiggle my mouse. Close my eyes. Okay, close my eyes and wiggle my mouse. We've landed on Harukana Recieve. So I'm going to pick up where I left off of Harukana Recieve, which is Cute Girls Do Beach Volleyball, if you didn't know. Bro, I can't fucking believe it. I fucking watching this show, and I get to episode 9, and I click on episode 9, and I'm like, huh, that's weird. It's like a prequel episode. I wasn't expecting like a flashback episode, and there's no indication that it's a like that's kind of weird. And then as I'm watching it, I'm like, this feels really familiar. Like I feel like I remember this episode, and it's not until I'm like 2/3 of the way through that I'm like, let me just make sure I'm watching the right one. I watched like almost all of episode 1 again. And because I started this show so long ago, I forgot. I just clicked the wrong fucking episode. Stupid. There was so much time wasted. Okay, I just finished Harukana Recieve, and it was fine. Harukana Recieve is a slice of life sports anime about girls who play beach volleyball with some ecchi and fan service and yuri elements. I would say some strong undertones of yuri. The fan service, on the other hand, they're just playing beach volleyball, and so they're just in bikinis for the entire show. And the thing about it is, when the characters are in bikinis the entire show, you kind of stop noticing it, because it's just constant. It just becomes background noise, and it stops even really being fan service. It just becomes normal because of overexposure, there's nothing wrong with that, but I wouldn't really count this as like an ecchi show, even though it is about girls in skimpy outfits jumping up and down so everything jiggles, you know? I wouldn't... It's more of a sports anime than anything else, which I think is to its detriment. I don't think the sports storylines are particularly well told. I've never really watched beach volleyball. I've never watched Haikyuu. I don't know anything about volleyball, let alone beach volleyball. So I don't know what it's like in real life, but if it's like this show, there's basically a very limited number of moves that are possible. Like, you can receive, you can set, you can spike, you can serve, and you can do the little nudge thing. And I forgot what it's called. Pokey. You can do a pokey, and you can block. And that's pretty much every move in beach volleyball. And there's just sort of 3 set sequences that exist. Like it's just very much sort of set sequences of moves, and there's not much variation or room for creativity. At least nothing very interesting happens in the sport in this show. Like it's kind of boring to watch them play beach volleyball, which sucks because most of the show is watching them play beach volleyball. I would say the animation quality is decent. It's good enough that you're not sitting there like, oh, this looks terrible. For a sports anime, that's somewhat difficult to pull off. I'm sure the animators had a lot of fun watching reference of beach volleyball to get it looking good. But, I wouldn't say it's anything outstanding. Definitely not. If I was making this show, I would say turn down the sports element because it's just not very entertaining, and turn up the Yuri element. That's what I would have done. I would have made this into a much more straightforward Yuri type of show. The Yuri is mostly sort of implied, which is kind of annoying. And I think the slice of life stuff is actually quite strong, at least relative to the other parts of the show. But overall, it's nothing special at all. It's not particularly bad if you feel like watching a bunch of anime girls jump up and down while wearing bikinis for a few hours. This is as good a way as any to do that. But as an actual story, the characters are pretty surface level. Their chemistry is not bad. Like, it's not badly written or anything. I mean, there are a lot of pretty cliched jokes, and that we've all heard a number of times and whatever. But there's nothing like terrible or notably off with the writing of the show. There's nothing there's not really anything groan worthy going on the writing side of things. It's just got sort of nothing special to it. It's like a bog standard 5 out of 10 anime, which is what I am rating it. I'm not going to give it a strong recommendation, but if you're in the mood for anime girls in skimpy outfits, you could do worse. It's some of the voice acting is pretty good. The music's kind of interesting. It's got kind of a Latin jazz thing going on, which is kind of cool, kind of neat. Set in Okinawa. You don't see that many anime set in Okinawa. And I thought that although the characters aren't particularly well-rounded, I did think that they were interesting enough. I rooted for them. I liked hanging out with them. I don't have any major complaints or anything. There's just absolutely nothing special going on with this show that would push it over the edge of like, hey, that's something notable. There's really very little. I did find the character designs to be a little... Everyone has the exact same face. All the characters have the exact same face, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't know. I really have very low... There's really nothing you can say about a show like this. It's just like sort of bog standard stuff. I'd say if you want a sports anime of like cute girls doing sports, there's others. There's like Keijo. Vivid Strike is probably my favorite in a sort of similar genre. I'd probably recommend Vivid Strike if you wanted something like that, but it's not bad. It's just not good. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. It's just kind of average, but it's also finished now, and I am done. And that is the end of Harukana Recieve. So next, what am I gonna watch? I think I might watch Yama no Susume next, but I'm gonna take a bit of a break because it's been a lot of anime. I think this is kind of, how do I put this? This is like pretty emblematic of what I was kind of saying in my last video where I went over how I think that this should be the otaku themed year, which is that like Idolmaster was amazing, and sure, Harukana Recieve wasn't that good. And I love Yama no Susume. I even have a poster for Yama no Susume right here. I think Yama no Susume has some of the best character designs of all time, thanks to the character designer whose name is Fugo on Pixiv. Yusuke something. I forgot. Yusuke Matsuo, maybe? Something like that. I apologize if I'm wrong, but I know he goes by Fugo on Pixiv. But great character designer. Also did the character designs for Do Ito Yourself, which also has excellent character designs. One of my favorite character designers, even though he's only done 2 shows. But yeah, love his work. They have this sort of, this isn't the best frame to demonstrate, but the characters that he designs, they have sort of flat, earthy tones. Yeah, and it's also emblematic in, sorry, that's maybe not the right word to use there. It's also demonstrated in the clothes that they wear in this show. They were very baggy, flowing, earth tones, but then the art style is somewhat angular. Characters are kind of lanky, um, fairly simplified, not much detail, but that allows for really fluid animation. There are some cuts in this show that look rotoscoped, but they're not. Like, they're just, the animation is just the character animation, and it's the subtle stuff that lends a sense of like weight to the characters as they're moving around. There is some, legitimately, I think this show, the first season as well, has some of the best like bare bones sort of basic character animation that you can find. I believe it was used, I know season 1, I don't know about the later seasons, but I believe it was somewhat of a training ground for new animators. I don't know if that still applies to the later seasons. But you can really tell that some of these cuts have just had that extra effort put into it that just makes the animation feel that much more lifelike. And it really is notable or noticeable when you compare it to, coming from watching Harukana Recieve, which I thought had, fairly decent animation in the sports sections, but, the volleyball sequences, but compared to just literally characters walking around in Yama no Susume, it's just, I really think it's a cut above, and it definitely deserves more recognition than it gets. I think it's not flashy, that's why a lot of the people who are like Sakuga posting, they're going to post the big fight scenes from the big shonen series and whatever, and that's fine, but I find, those series tend to have pretty mediocre, my mouth is just not cooperating with me right now. Those series tend to have pretty mediocre character animation, except for the big fight scenes where they put all their budget. Whereas Yama no Susume, I feel like has just it's also like K-On! Is also like this, where it's just like every cut just has a little more effort put into it. They're just like it's just an extra je ne sais quoi to the whole thing, where it just feels like the characters have a sense of weight and being in the world. And they do little things that aren't even really noticeable, just little idiosyncrasies in the way that they move that just adds such a X factor to the show and to the character dynamics that I don't know, I think it's pretty good. I can't believe that I dropped this show however many years ago I did. It's like unbelievable to me that I would ever drop this because I love it. I don't know what I had against it back then. I remember thinking it was too melodramatic, but I must have been like I must have been in a bad mood or something. I must have just come off of watching a show that got ruined by like cheesy melodrama or something. Because like one episode, like when they're climbing Mount Fuji, like it gets a little bit dramatic, but it's not even that crazy, and it's not like the rest of the show is like that. Like, I think I must have like just come off of a show that had really annoyed me with heavy-handed melodrama, and I was just kind of mad about it. Like, something like that must have happened. I don't know. I don't remember, but it was completely unreasonable for me to have dropped this show in the past. I can't believe I did that because it's great. Um, I will talk about it more once I finish the last few episodes. So I don't think I actually made my point that I wanted to make. Sorry. my point that I wanted to make was that I'm having a lot of fun right now, and I'm enjoying watching these shows, and that I generally do when I watch anime and read visual novels and whatever. And that's the thing that I was getting at in that previous video that I made, which is that it's not like I fell off of anime because I fell out of love with it, because I stopped enjoying these shows. You know, I literally just got distracted by other stuff and let this thing that I love slip away from me. Not that I ever completely stopped watching anime, but just like don't watch as much as I used to, anywhere close to it, really. And I just think that's bad. I think I shouldn't have let that happen, because it's something that I enjoy doing, and it's a culture that I enjoy participating in, and there's so much to it. Um, and yeah, I think I mismanaged my time. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So I just finished Yama no Susume's second season, and I thought it was excellent. Honestly, when I see the fact in front of my eyes that I had dropped this show and given it a 5 out of 10 in the past, it feels like I'm seeing an alien. It seems like I'm seeing an alien person. Like, that doesn't sound like me. That doesn't make any sense. I'm confused and I'm disgusted by that fact. I thought it was great. Yeah, I think it's I can easily recommend. The thing about Yama no Susume is I think it's a good recommendation for people who are looking to get into some of the more slice of lifey stuff. And the reason is because the first season is short as hell. It's like an hour. Like the whole season is like an hour long because it's like 5-minute episodes. So like I think pretty much there's pretty much no excuse not for checking out season 1 of Yama no Susume because it's so short. You know, you can easily just watch the whole thing and then decide if that seems like something you'd want to keep watching from there. Same for Tamayura as well. Also has a really short first season. I think what we can identify from I should give it a score. You know, I want to say we're talking at least a 7 out of 10 here. There's no question about that. Does it reach the heights of an 8? You know, I think it might. I think we might have to give it an 8. 8 out of 10. Very strong. Very good show. Definitely like it. Yeah. So I think this gives us an opportunity to talk about the cute girls do X genre of anime. So we had Harukana Recieve, which is cute girls do beach volleyball, and then we had Yama no Susume, which is cute girls do mountaineering. And I think that there's something to be said about the subject in question. What is it that the cute girls are doing, and what effect this can have on a show? Because cute girls do X is a very popular and broad anime genre or trope. You know, pretty much anything you can think of, there is an anime about cute girls doing it. Even obscure things. Cute girls do European board games. Yes, Hokago Sakura Club, that exists. Cute girls do motorcycle riding. There's actually 3 different animes about that. Cute girls do pottery. Magukafu is that. Cute girls do, you know, you could think of any like random obscure thing, and there's probably an anime where cute girls do it. Cute girls do rock climbing. There's an anime about that. You know, etc. And it's often some sort of sport or game activity, and I think this is where we can identify it. So, Harukana Recieve chooses beach volleyball as its subject matter. And straight away, this is a competitive sport, which puts it alongside the likes of um, scorching table tennis girls, which I've forgotten the name in Japanese. I apologize, I'm a failure. Taisho Yaku Musume, arguably Chihayafuru, maybe it might be a stretch. And some of these other shows that are like competitive sport. Cute girls do competitive sport. Maybe even something like Rokubu. And I tend to find those are on the lower end of the quality scale. I'm not saying they're all bad. I'm on record how I quite like Scorching Table Tennis Girls. I quite like Vivid Strike, which is Cute Girls Do Martial Arts tournament. I do. There are shows in this genre that I like, but I think that these are more like sports anime with cute girl main casts, rather than and they tend to be just by their nature more focused on the sport, the competition, the big tournament, rather than the more introspective and character focused, which I think is a higher quality. It's more interesting. Then you get activities that are somewhat adjacent to a sport, but are more like a hobby. So, mountaineering in this instance, or DIY, or playing music, or doing pottery, or these sorts of things. And I tend to find those are a rung up because they tend to be more focused around the main cast collaborating without being in competition. And there may be competitions, like in Mug Cup, there is a pottery contest. In Tamayura, there is a photography contest. Although Tamayura is not cute girls do photography, there's only one character that does photography in Tamayura, but that's something, I guess. There might be competitive aspects to it, but the activity, or like Hokago Saikuro, no wait, what Hokago Tebo Nishi, cute girls do fishing, right? Like fishing, we're more into we're not into the competitive side. We're into the activity for the activity's own sake, and these tend to be a lot more healing type shows. And I much prefer this side of the genre. They're not that they tend to be more character focused. They tend to be more slow paced and relaxed. They tend to be more focused on the setting, which I think is super important. Yama no Susume has some incredible background art. I think that's something that, oftentimes background art goes unmentioned. I think there's some really good background art in this season of the show, and in the first season as well. Generally speaking, just visually, I think this show is like really, really good. Really strong. But a lot of those sorts of, and this is different from, let's say something that is a slice. It's not an all slice of life anime. I like this. Like, something like, I don't know, what's the Nyan Pasu show, or like Yuyushiki, or Yuri Yuri. These are cute girls doing cute things shows. These are Nichijo Kei moe anime, or Lucky Star, but they're not cute girls do X, right? They are more generically cute girls just doing cute things, right? That's kind of a different thing. And then you have what I consider the upper echelons of the genre, the peak of the genre, where the thing that the cute girls are doing is broadened. So, I would say K-On! Is on this level. Cute Girls Do Light Music Club is like at the same time more specific and also extremely loose. Or Hidamari Sketch cute girls do art school, right? There's actually a couple of shows about cute girls doing art school, and they're all good, surprisingly enough. But cute girls do art. You got K-On!, you got Sketchbook Full Colors, and you got the one with the girl with the big glasses. I forgot what it's called. Comments. Remind me. I'm fucking sleepy. Those are all good shows, but obviously Hida Sketch is the best of among them. And it's particularly broad, the entire experience of art school. Anyway, sorry, I was just having kind of vague thoughts about that. I don't know if that really even made sense, the things I just said, but maybe you can have a sort of categorization like that, a sort of hierarchy. But it's just purely my own personal tastes. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Yama no Susume, it's a great show. There is a reason I have a poster of it on my wall. I think it's got an amazing art style. I think it has a very good animation quality, which I already talked about all that. But I also think the writing is very good. I think the characters have great chemistry. I think the characters are well rounded. They're flawed they're believably flawed. They have doubts. They're self-conscious. It feels like they're capable of reflection and internal thought. They have their own lives, which they're three-dimensional. They're fleshed out. They're good characters. They feel like people, but they don't. That doesn't detract from. They also at the same time feel like moe anime girls. I think it does a good job of pulling that off, which is exactly what makes something moe, is having something be believable and relatable and being able to root for someone. It's like I said a million times, right? Watching things with cute girls in them is actually just another way of saying that you watch things that are good, because for a show to successfully have cute girls, what does it mean? Well, they have to be well animated, because there's just as much cute aspects that come from animation as anything else, For example, Yui from K-On!, when she gets excited and her hair starts sort of ballooning outwards, that's cute, that's moe, right? These are the sorts of things we're looking for. So good animation, good character designs would be the obvious one. Good voice acting. There are some girls that are massively elevated by just having extremely talented voice acting. For example, the main girl from Kamichu, I think, is a great example of that. Some of my favorite voice acting. And then you'd have to have good characterization, strong writing, because it doesn't really, there are plenty of characters who are well animated and have unique or interesting character designs and fine voice acting, but they are just completely uninteresting as characters. Just as an example, 02 from Darling in the Franxx, I think. The animation quality is good, the character design is cool, the voice acting is good, but she is the most boring, two-dimensional, generic character ever with no personality, and it's just like, okay, who fucking cares? Not cute. You fail. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Yama no Susume, none of these pitfalls. It's a great show. Great outfits. All of the characters, they always got great fits, man. You could get some great glorpcore inspo from watching Yama no Susume. So if that's something that interests you, check that shit out. It makes you want to climb mountains. It does. It makes you want to go hiking. Watching this show makes you want to get together with some friends and climb a fucking mountain. And I can see why, there's a large contingency among the Japanese fan base of this show who will like post pictures of themselves with their little, aoi figures on top of a mountain and shit like that. Like, you'll see a bunch of people do that, and there's a good reason. It's motivating. It's like Yuru Camp. A lot of people started going camping because of Yuru Camp. Like, I felt like Yama no Susume makes you want to go hiking in the same way Yuru Camp makes you want to go camping. It's just And they don't pussy away from the fact that hiking kind of sucks. You know? Like, hiking, I've been hiking before and had a miserable time. But I still kind of want to go hiking again. People who have ever been hiking know this, right? Like, it sucks while you're doing it. People very rarely have like a great fun walking up a hill all day. You know, like that's not on its own a fun activity. But it's something about it is appealing, like the memories you create. I don't know how to explain it, but there is something to it. There's something base to it. Not based, I mean like base human to it. You know, like they even have times when Aoi is like questioning, like why are you doing this? You know, like there's a character in this show who asks her at one point, like why are you hiking? Why are you climbing this mountain? And she's like, I don't know, it seemed fun, I guess, basically, and I wanted to hang out with my friends. And that's pretty much the only good reasons you have to ever do anything. Right, I'm gonna go the fuck to sleep, and then tomorrow I'm probably gonna watch the specials for Yama no Susume, because I have them summoned, and I may as well. And then I think we're probably gonna go with, I believe, I'm thinking sakurasou no pet na kanojo, and if I still have time, Henjin no salad bowl. I'll try and do those two tomorrow, plus the specials. Yeah. Can I just say that Yama no Susume has one of the worst English localized titles of all time? Encouragement of Climb? It's just like a completely literal translation that doesn't make any sense. Come on, they should have tried harder than that. Encouragement of Climb? What are you talking about? Actually, it's not even a literal translation. Like, I don't know. It's so easy to come up with you could just call it anything other than that. Why would you? You have the option to call it things. Like, why make it broken English? Like, why make it a sentence that it has incorrect syntax? What's the point of doing that? And you change the title. Because Yama means mountain, not climb. And Susume, I don't know what that means. Isn't it like osusume desu ka? Like recommendation? Like you would get in a restaurant. I can see how that could be considered encouragement. I don't know. I don't know Japanese. But I don't know. That seems like a weird choice to just translate it as encouragement of climb. So bad. Just call it mountain climbing girls or something. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so I'm gonna watch Henjin no Salad Bowl, which, I didn't know about the word Henjin, but it makes a lot of sense. Kind of a cool word. Gonna remember that one. But had a very strange experience today. Not really relevant to the themes of the video, but woke up, checked my phone, was like, oh, I guess I slept for 9 hours, right? Because I actually fell asleep at 12, and I checked my phone, I saw 9. I was like, okay, 9 hours, that's how much I normally sleep. Good, let's wake up. So I got up, I took a caffeine pill, as I do every morning, and then, got up, and then I went to the toilet and whatever, and then after a second I was like, damn, I feel like really tired. I must have slept really badly. Like I feel terrible, right? Did I really sleep 9 hours? And then I checked my phone and I realized that my blurry, half asleep eyes had seen a 9, but it was actually a 5. I'd actually only slept 5 hours. I was like, oh, fuck, I just took a caffeine pill. I'm never going to fall back to sleep. But I thought, fuck it, I'm going to try, because otherwise this is fucked. So I did try, and miraculously, I actually managed to fall back to sleep. But what was weird is, this is gonna sound crazy, but I had a bunch of really vivid dreams, and I feel like the dreams were caffeinated. Like I was asleep, but I was having like really fast-paced, vivid dreams. Like the dreams were on caffeine. it's kind of crazy. It's a bizarre experience. I've never had anything like that. I fell asleep and had like a bunch of really fast-paced, hyped-up caffeine dreams. I think no one's ever had this before. The effect that caffeine has on your dreams. It was very strange. And then I had dreams about like whatever. They didn't make any sense. One of them was about like the Big Bang Theory, but it wasn't like in the dream it was the Big Bang Theory TV show, but in reality, like it wasn't actually anything like the Big Bang Theory TV show as it really exists. I was watching it and I was like, this is actually good. The early seasons of Big Bang Theory are good. Why does everyone hate this? But then when I woke up and I realized, like, actually, hold on a fucking minute, that was not Big Bang Theory. That was just an entirely different show that didn't make any sense because of a dream. Sorry. Talk about dreams. Boring. When I woke up, I had the extra weird experience of waking up and already feeling caffeinated after an appropriate amount of hours of sleep. So that was just strange. Anyway, I'm gonna watch Henjin no Salad Bowl, which is a weird show, which includes like a homeless character. Like one of the main girls just is homeless and hangs out with another homeless guy, which is super fucking chill. I think Henjin no Salad Bowl is kind of interesting in the way it portrays sides of society that you don't normally see portrayed in anime. So, like, there are a bunch of homeless characters, and it's rare to even have homeless people show up at all in any media, let alone anime. And then, for those characters, they're not depicted as anything other than just normal people who happen to not have houses. Like, it's pretty cool, honestly. You know, like, some of them have drinking and gambling problems, but that's not even, it's not like framed as some sort of moral failing on their part. It's just kind of like, yeah, they like drinking and gambling, who doesn't? And it's not, at no point does the show like look at the camera and say, and that's why drinking and gambling is bad and being homeless is bad. Like, they don't even bother to do that. They're just like, yeah, they're just people who, a couple of them probably drink too much and gamble too much. Like, that's it. That's all they do. And I'm like, that's kind of fucking sick. And then they also have like a cult shows up, and all of the cult members are not like, normally when you see cult members in an anime, they're either like brainwashed people, or they're like, they know that they're doing a scam and they're like desperately trying to scam people because they're like in a multi-level marketing situation. In this one, the cult members are just genuine true believers in the cult who are depicted as people who were down on their luck, like people who had some, like one of them is a star athlete who then like suffered an injury and couldn't play basketball anymore. And it's just like, people like that who end up getting sucked into a cult. And they're all genuine true believers who don't know that they're scamming anyone. And even the cult leader is probably like implied to be a true believer. Like, she doesn't really know that she's scamming anyone. Maybe she does. It's not super clear, but it seems like she probably also is a true believer, at least to some extent. And it's just like, yeah, these are just vulnerable people who got sucked into something. But even the cult itself is like, it's like, yeah, they do bad things. Like, they did steal someone's money and scam people and stuff. But also at the same time, they do seem to offer a genuine community for the people involved. And they also do like genuine charity work that like helps the community. So it's like a surprisingly nuanced thing. I don't know. You wouldn't expect it from some random slop that like probably most people just skipped over in this season. That being said, it's nothing that the show's nothing to write home about. Like, I'm not saying that it's excellent. I'm just saying that's interesting. It's like a show about. I want to be clear because I think I don't know if I made myself very clear here. I'm not saying that the sort of underworld jobs in this show are portrayed positively. I'm saying they're portrayed with some degree of nuance, right? Like, you can't just lump everyone who's in the underbelly of society together, right? Like, I think everyone would agree that, let's say some hippie guy who sells weed to his friends sometimes is on a bit of a different level from, like, a guy who scams old people out of their houses or whatever the fuck. Like, there are different tiers of badness in society, and the show takes a surprisingly nuanced. They look at different people who are doing shit for money that they probably shouldn't be, and some of it is like, here's a hostess club that offers special services if you pay a little extra, and it's like, well, main girl definitely doesn't want to do that. That's way beyond. When she finds out that that's what she's been roped into, it's like, well, that guy is shady, and I don't want to do that. There's another girl who's totally fine with doing that, and it's like, just kind of a thing. The cult is like, it's a bunch of vulnerable people who have been roped into doing something that they don't really understand. But then also, like, yes, they very much have done really bad things. Most of the members aren't aware of that. And, I don't know. Okay, I have to roll the dice and show you this. I'm gonna set it to, maybe if I set it to like 1.5 speed, it won't get caught. I have to roll the dice, because this is such a bizarre thing that happens in literally the last episode. You just have to see visually. She goes into the pachinko parlor, and then it just cuts to a real live-action shot of a pachinko machine, and then just back to anime like nothing happened. What the fuck was that? That didn't happen. This is not the first time pachinko is shown. What is that? What is that about? Just for super contrived reasons, that there's a band in this show that at some point happens, and the main, like, some of the characters form a band, but like, there's no drummer, but when they perform, there are drums. It's very strange. Like, the songs have drums in them, but you could see on stage that it's just guitar, keyboard, and singer. I mean, I guess they just have a backing track. It's just kind of strange. No bass also. So, I just finished Henjin no Sara de Boru. Well, how was it? It was fine. No major complaints, but also nothing particularly special. I'm saying we're around the 5s and 6s territory of the rating scale here. Would I recommend it to anyone? I wouldn't recommend against watching it. I wouldn't say avoid it. I would say I didn't regret the time that I spent watching it. It has some nice character designs, which is why I picked it up in the first place. Plenty of appealing and cute characters. Interesting, unique cast. It is a salad bowl of eccentrics, is the title in English. It is about a bunch of eccentric and strange characters. And they are interesting people. It's definitely a unique main cast for an anime to have. But, in terms of the actual plot, the comedy isn't that funny. It's quite slice of lifey. There are some kind of boring moments from time to time. I don't know. Just nothing that much there's nothing that stands out where I would say this thing is particularly excellent or anything like that. But there's also nothing that I would say was like particularly bad about it. The premise and the character designs and the characters of cast, I would say maybe pushes it above a 5 to a 6. We might be talking about a 6 out of 10 here. Let me just set this as completed. We're talking about like a strong 5 to a light 6. I think I'd give it a 5. I think I'd give it a strong 5. Yeah. There's a little bit of light fan service, but I wouldn't really call it like an ecchi anime or anything. Maybe it's not that light, but there is some fan service, but I wouldn't really call it an ecchi anime or anything like that. it's very light novel-esque. Like it feels like a light novel. Oh, it is a light novel adaptation, but it feels very light novel-y in a way that, yeah, I have nothing against that. I kind of like that kind of vibe. Almost like a little old school, like almost like a light novel from like 7 years ago. You know, maybe I should bump it up to a 6. I don't know. There's some stuff I kind of liked about it. I should give it points for originality. I'm gonna bump it up to a 6. Fuck it, why not? Let's bump it up to a 6. Points for originality in terms of the cast. Points for the main cast are all very likable. Points for having it set in Gifu, not a place you generally find, you know, minor city in Japan, not a common place for an anime to be set. Yeah, sure. Nothing particularly special about it, but if you want a fun little show to kill an afternoon with, I'd say you could definitely do worse than Henjin or Salad Bowl. I don't have that much to say about it. I already talked about some of the stuff earlier. I sort of talked about some stuff without, I don't know if I really gave a good, like, summary of what the show actually is. The show is about it's like a princess from an isekai world who gets reverse isekai into the real world, and she ends up living with this detective guy, like private detective, and adjusting to life. You know, she gets really into reading Conan. She adjusts to life in the modern world, and her like knight also gets transported with her, and she has a bunch of misadventures. It's just kind of, they meet a bunch of wacky characters, they do a bunch of wacky things. I think they suffer from a little bit of, I know this word is kind of toxic, but a lot of the characters in this show are kind of Mary Sue's, right? Like they're just too good at everything in a way that's kind of boring. But that doesn't take away from my enjoyment like that much. It's just like, I feel like it'd be more interesting if that wasn't the case. I want to see a character struggle and grow, right? But at the same time, you know, it's not trying to be fucking genius anything. It's just kind of a little fun thing. If you like sort of appealing characters, you know, wacky cast, maybe check it out. What am I watching next? This is the question. I can see my list diminishing in front of my eyes. It feels so good. Once I've finally gotten rid of everything, it's going to feel so good. It's going to feel so good to see that final one get ticked off. But I forgot what I said I was going to watch. Hold on, didn't I say I was going to watch the rest of Jinrui wa Suitai Shimashita? I think I said that. I guess I'll do that. Yeah. I just finished Jinrui wa Suitai Shimashita, aka Humanity Has Declined. And it was excellent. I knew it would be excellent going into it, but if you need a quick, because I think this show is like bizarrely underrated. Like, it feels like one of these things that to anyone who knows it, it's considered like a classic, but it never sort of breached its own circle. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like in the visual novel sphere, you know, Tanaka Romeo, who wrote the original light novel, is considered a legend. One of the, like, you know, if you don't know that many, if you're like me, you're kind of a visual novel noob. You don't know that many scenario writers. The guys you're gonna know are like Skaji, Yukishio 7, and Tanaka Romeo. You know, like he's like considered kind of a legend. And then in the light novel sphere, the Jinrui wa Suitai Shimashita light novel is considered legendary. It's considered like a classic and really good. Like, a lot of people consider it the best, like one of the best light novel series. But somehow this never crossed over into the mainstream anime consciousness, which I find kind of strange. It's not like completely unknown, but you don't hear people talking about it very often. And it makes sense. It's pretty bizarre and unique. Um, just to give you a little sort of plot summary in case you don't know what the fuck this show is. The show is kind of a surreal, dream-like. I don't really know what to call it. It's not really a comedy. It's not really a drama. It's kind of both and neither. Um, it's it's what can I compare it to? I could compare it to maybe like Shimeji Simulation in terms of tone, but it's also different. It's quite different. It's a little bit like Shimeji Simulation meets the Monogatari series. Like lots of puns and very witty dialogue with the sort of and like plays on tropes in sort of otaku culture and culture more broadly. Um, with the sort of surreal, dreamlike atmosphere of Shimeji Simulation, if that makes sense. But it's also very episodic, and it's also told out of order. So it's not in chronological order, which just makes it extra fucking hard to follow. It's sort of a post-apocalypse. So it's like the distant future when humanity has declined. Birth rates dead low, humanity's on the out, there's no large-scale civilization anymore, most people are just sort of farmers, there's not much complex technology, but then occasionally little bits of like super futuristic technology pop up. It's a little bit like Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko, which I thought it was going to be more like Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko when I started watching it, but it's actually, in the setting, it's similar, but the big difference is that it's not so much that humanity has declined as much as it is that humanity is being replaced by new creatures who may be aliens, who knows where they came from, who are called Yosei, fairies. And they're like little guys. They're like little guys this big, and they're very strange. They're like, how do I even describe it? They have this. They're smart. They're intelligent. They're possibly smarter than humans, but they also behave in extremely strange ways that are just unintelligible to people. It's hard to figure them out. They seem to do stuff with their own bizarre logic that makes sense to them but doesn't make any sense to humans. And they can like reproduce sort of at will. Like they could just spawn a bunch of them, and they tend to spawn in places where they're having fun. And then they can also just sort of die at will or whenever. And they don't really seem to like think about birth and death in the same way that humans do at all. None of them have names. They don't really have like a sense of individuality at all. And they just sort of wander around doing stuff that's fun to them. But stuff that's fun to them is often extremely bizarre and incomprehensible to people. Like one thing they love doing is just building societies and then those societies just collapsing. They just love doing that. They do it like a bunch of times throughout the show. Main character also doesn't have a name. She refers to herself as Watashi, so she's just called Watashi, I guess. But it's just sort of this main character. She's like a mediator between humans and the fairies. And so there's sort of self-contained 1 or 2 episode long storylines where bizarre things happen with the fairies. Normally, the main central themes of the show are about society and culture and cultural trends. That's one thing about fairies is the fairies get really into like fads, like cultural fads, and they spread like wildfire, and then they like move on really quickly, right? Like that's like their whole deal is that they like really love these like cultural fads, and it's a lot of them are sort of parodies or satires of human culture. And it's not just the fairies that do this. There's also the humans do the same thing, but there is a lot of satire and parody of just like culture and fads, and I think at one point they say in the show, like humans are like intelligent dominoes because we like follow each other wherever one goes, and I think that's really what the central theme of the show is about. It's about this sort of trying to understand and just not even that. It's specifically how it's like incomprehensible and absurd the way that societies form and cultures form. Um, there's a lot of parody and but it's all like very fun and sort of it never gets it never gets like super self-serious. The main character is very like sarcastic the whole time. It's it's kind of comedic. Uh, there's a lot of like, for example, there's like a whole episode where there's a massive trend of everyone gets into BL. everyone on Earth gets really into BL, or like everyone that we're aware of gets really into BL for a while, and it goes quite crazy. Or like there's an episode where, I mean, I won't go through the whole thing. There's like an episode that's kind of about religion. Religion comes up a couple of times. There's a lot to this show. There's like some time loop shenanigans. Fairies seem to have magic powers, but the way they work or what they can or can't do, like it's all completely like incomprehensible. Like you get the idea that they have some internal logic and that the fairies know why they're doing things, but they don't like whenever they try and explain themselves, it doesn't make any sense. It's a really good show. It definitely has a lot to say. At the same time, I feel like I maybe missed some stuff. Some stuff might have, there's definitely, I feel like some critique and some wordplay and some things that probably went over my head. It's a sort of show that's probably better on a rewatch. Again, because it's told out of order, it might be one of those shows where you want to watch it in the broadcast order the first time and then in chronological order the second time on a rewatch. So I could definitely see myself like at some point rewatching this show and giving it like and it becoming like one of my favorites. It is really fucking unique and weird. But I feel like I can recommend it to a lot of people, and the reason is I don't think that a lot of people will. I think a lot of people will think it's good, but the reason that I would say that you should watch it is because I think there's some percentage of people, not me personally, but I think there's some percentage of people where this will be your favorite anime of all time. Like it's just one of those shows that I feel like if you happen to be the sort of person that this connects to really deeply, I feel like this could become like a lot of people's favorite show. So that's why I'd recommend watching it. Is it it strikes me as one of those shows that would just do that to people. It is really good. Like we're talking strong 8 here. I'm gonna give it an 8.5. I know it's kind of silly to give things a numerical rating, but hey, that's what we do. Yeah, I don't know. What do I have to say about Humanity Has Declined? I think I like it's kind of a, I don't know, man. It's definitely not as good as Cross Channel or Kazoku Keikaku. It's not as good as either of those, and I think there's a couple of reasons for that. I don't know about like the episodic format. It doesn't really do it for me that well. It's not that I can't enjoy episodic shows. I like Mushishi. That's mostly an episodic show. My favorite TV show is Star Trek Next Generation. That's an episodic show. Like, I'm not sure that it, I don't know. It kind of does fit it, but I kind of wished it had more of an overarching plot. Although at the same time, I can understand why they didn't do that. I don't know. I'm just not sure how much I vibe with it. It just adds an extra element of like delirium, making it hard to follow. I think I don't know. It's good, but it's hard to explain. why it's not like a 10 out of 10 for me. I think obviously there are like some technical issues. It's like pretty, in terms of production, it's pretty average. Like there's really nothing to write home about in terms of the production. It does have like kind of a painterly art style, which is kind of nice, but it doesn't go too far with it. Yeah, I think, I don't know. There's not really any like. I guess there kind of is one standout character, but she doesn't really show up until later in the show. I guess she does kind of show up, but I do like that one character who's not the main character. Why? She's pretty cool. But I don't know. I feel like it doesn't. It's good. It's really good. Like, let me just be clear here. Okay, it's really fucking good. An 8.5 is a very strong score, but I guess it just doesn't have that personal connection with me that I would need to give it something higher. I guess that's what I'm saying, basically. But yeah, that's definitely a strong recommendation from me because I feel like there's definitely going to be some people watching this video that would fucking love that show. Okay, I've watched a lot of anime today, so I don't know if I'm going to keep going. I think I'll try and watch Konohana Kitan at some point. I said I was going to watch sakurasou no Pet na Kanojo, and I just didn't. That's right, I said I was going to do that today, and I didn't. But I don't know if I can. I don't know, man. I've been watching a lot of anime. I need to like pace myself because I don't want to like. I don't want this to become unfun, you know. Especially because we do have to grind through like 40 episodes of Magical Girl anime at some point. Actually, more. No, slightly less. 30 episodes or so of Magical Girl anime, which I'm not saying I'm not looking forward to it, but it's just a lot, man. It's just a lot. Yeah, you know, things happen. But we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, only 10 shows. We're down to 10. We're not even halfway there yet, but we're gonna do it. I'm gonna stick with this, and this video will be completed. It's a completely random collection of anime. Like, I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'll probably end up calling this video like Operation Finish Them All because if you're a real OG backwards channel viewer, you'll remember a long time ago I did a series where I tried to do this, but each anime was its own episode called Operation Finish Them All, and I failed. I didn't manage to do it. I gave up. This was a long time ago. So maybe I'll call this Operation Finish Them All 2. But it's a completely fucking random assortment of anime. It's very strange. Honestly, out of all of these, I think, did I not finish Shikanoko no koshitantan? I feel like I watched a lot of that show. Did I not? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I don't know. I feel like Shikanoko is not that great, to be honest. And I also feel like the Konosuba Megumin spin-off is not that great. The other shows that I have on here, all I'm basically looking forward to watching. Just those two, I'm just a little bit suspicious of whether they're going to be good or not. But hey, I think we just chill. We just relax. We just take it easy. We chill. We relax. We maybe I'll watch some more anime today. I don't know, but we got to pace ourselves and keep it chill. So I just finished Konohana Kitan, and it was pretty good. Yeah. Konohana Kitan is a show about cute fox girls who work in an inn that is sort of halfway between Earth and heaven in but specifically Shinto Japanese heaven. And so you get like a bunch of humans staying there, and you also get a bunch of kami staying there, and it's very Japanese folklore. You know, if you like Mushishi, if you like Spirited Away, if you like the old, one of my favorite movies, Ugetsu Monogatari, this kind of vibe of the sort of fairy tale-esque storytelling with the heavy Japanese Shinto folklore storytelling sort of aspects, mythology aspects. It's that sort of thing. I think the show it's most similar to is probably Mushishi. It's not as good as Mushishi, but then again, what is? But then it also has sort of Yuri elements. In fact, it was originally published, the manga was originally published in a Yuri magazine in comic Yurihime S. It then was later published in like a seinen magazine. It changed, but it was originally in a Yuri magazine. It does have definite Yuri elements. It also is more sort of slice of lifey, but it does overall have the sort of Iyashike episodic storylines of something similar to Mushishi, or maybe like Natsume Yujincho or whatever. It's that kind of thing. If you like that kind of thing, you'll probably find it pretty good. That being said, I think if I had to rate it, I'd probably give it like a 7. Like, it was good. A 7 is definitely a good rating. I enjoyed myself. But I also thought, it was kind of boring at some parts. I thought that some of the episodes were a little hit or miss. There were some episodes where the storylines are kind of contrived and a little cliched, and sometimes the sort of fairy tale, fantastical or surreal, non-literal aspects of the tone can sort of carry you through that. And in some episodes, it doesn't really work out so well, and it just comes off as a little cliched or cheesy or unoriginal and a little bit boring. I thought that the Yuri elements, I was kind of disappointed because they were sort of pushed into the background, and although they still exist, I would have liked to see a little more focus on them and on the characters. I like character-focused stories, and while it's not character-focused, I kind of wish it was a little more character-focused rather than being mostly focused around the little vignettes and fantasy sort of storylines of each episode. I thought the directing is kind of hit or miss. Some episodes did use some interesting or bold directing choices, but mostly I found it pretty flat. The animation was sort of absolutely, perfectly average, nothing particularly interesting. There were some moments of particularly pretty background art of, your sort of stereotypical Japanese landscapes and sakura blossoms and whatever, and I liked those things. Something I kind of wish was explored more is the actual geometry of the konohana in itself. It's a big old building in a weird fantasy setting. I would have liked to, actually, for the building and the setting itself to have more, the physical location to be a bit more of a character in the show. I think that would have been really cool. But unfortunately, it doesn't really happen much. And yeah, I just think kind of the show suffers from wearing too many hats. At the one point, at the same time, it's trying to do some Yuri stuff. It's trying to do the sort of slice of life comedy stuff. It's trying to do the Mushishi style Japanese folklore vignettes focused around a sort of different cast or like a different character each episode who shows up at the inn. And then it's also trying to have a sort of story arc around the main girl's development, and I think that was pulled off pretty well. The main girl I thought was great. I thought all the characters were super cute. Let's not bash the show or anything, but I also do think it kind of suffers from being a little bit unfocused. It doesn't quite reach the heights that I think it did have the potential to reach. But nonetheless, I definitely enjoyed myself, and I would recommend it to a niche crowd. If you're specifically into
Yuri, if you're specifically into Iyashikei and you can handle like a bit of a slower show that's a bit more atmospheric, and if you are into Japanese folklore and Shinto, I would say having a basic knowledge of Shinto is kind of a requirement for watching this show. Like, I'm not an expert in Shinto or anything, but I've picked up bits and pieces here and there and read a couple of Wikipedia articles in my time. It's like if you don't know like who Amaterasu is, you're probably gonna have a hard time following some of the plots of some episodes. I'm not saying Amaterasu doesn't actually show up in the show, but I'm saying like if you don't know some like basic background facts about like how kami work and like the creation myths and stuff like that, like there's gonna be some stuff that goes over your head, which is probably fine. You'll probably enjoy yourself anyway, but if you that it will definitely there's definitely some stuff that I'm pretty sure I didn't understand because there's definitely some references to some Shinto myths and legends that I don't know about. Um, yeah, no, I thought it was a good show. I think it's the epitome of a 7. I think it's an excellent example of a 7 out of 10. I'm definitely glad I watched it. And yeah, it was a bit of a struggle to watch. I'll tell you that much. Not because the show was bad, but because Iyashikei shows are very slow and not good for marathoning. Like, just as an example, it took me literally 2 years to watch the first 2 seasons of Aria, right? Because it's the sort of show, like these sort of slow-paced Iyashikei, you want to watch them once in a while, maybe 1 or 2 episodes. It's kind of not terrible, but I find it's not super well suited for the marathoning format. But I did it anyway because we gotta watch everything on the list and make this video. So that was Konohana Kitan. Yeah, man, it's a lot of anime in this life. I've still got so many left.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Sakurasou no Pet na Kanojo, not my kind of show. Although there are aspects to it that I like, and I wouldn't say it's garbage or anything like that, it is also the exact kind of high school melodrama that I dislike. I don't think the comedy is very funny, and I don't think the dramatic elements, they're hit or miss. I think sometimes it kind of works, but I think a lot of it is much ado about nothing. You know, it's a lot of getting very dramatic very suddenly over shit that I struggle to find myself caring about. High school romance nonsense, right? Stuff that just doesn't really interest me. It's not that it can't be done well. It can be done well. It has been done well. But not like this. So I'm on episode 11 right now. Out of 26. 24, I mean. Sorry. Which I am debating whether or not I want to continue watching the show or not. Because I feel like there are other shows here that I would rather be watching. I think I think I should give it a little bit of an extra chance. There are still some characters that I like, but it's just not really my thing. I don't know. Man, I hate the main character of this series so much. I hate shows like this. Like, oh, we're gonna drag on a romance subplot for as long. It's not a subplot. We're just gonna drag on a will they, won't they bullshit for the entire show, instead of just having the two characters who obviously belong together get together. There are some shows where I feel like it's done okay, like Chunibyo, for example, that kind of storyline, because they actually do get together at the end, and then there's a second season, which I don't think I even finished because it wasn't as good as the first one. But this, man, what are you doing, main character guy, protagonist san? What are you doing?
You've got the world's cutest autistic girl fawning over you, and you're like, I don't know what's going on. I'm too clueless to understand what's happening. Also, let me go fuck with these other bitches. What do you mean fuck with these other bitches? What are you doing? What are you doing, man? What are you doing? You're doing it to annoy me. That's why. You're like thinking, if I keep doing this, the writers are in their little den writing like, ha 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 ha. Actually, the Hajime Kamoshida is sitting in his den going like, ha ha ha. They'll get so mad about this that they'll keep reading because they want to see Sheena and Sorata get together. Yeah, I do want to see that. You're just fucking being annoying about it, man. You're being like, it's not like it's good, you know. It's not like the writing is good. In the meantime, it's like, just fucking give me what I want, you stupid guy. Just give me the thing. Nah, it's not happening. I'm dropping this show. I'm dropping it. I refuse to be baited like this. I'm giving it a 4 out of 10. I have dropped it on episode 14. You're gone. I just watched Sorata shout at Sheena. Main guy is shouting at best girl, being mean to her. I don't want to watch that. I can't forgive that. Yurusanai. Okay? I'm not watching you come back from that as Mr. Main Guy. I'm not going to watch the writers be like, he just snapped at her a little bit. That's fine. No, you don't do that. You don't get to get away with, oh, he's emotional because, okay, fuck off. I don't know. I don't want to watch shows. I don't want to engage with this. No, you don't. I'm sorry. Okay. It's not complicated. You don't get to do that and have me continue watching. You don't get to bait me with the stupid romance thing. You don't get to have a cute girl in your show, okay, and then have characters be mean to her that I'm supposed to sympathize with. No, not happening. I'm sorry, you're gone. Fuck you, Hajime Kamoshida. Okay? Look, there are good things about this story. In particular, one good thing. Mashiro Shina, the main girl. Great character. The rest of the cast, I think Yunosuke is pretty funny as a character, but the rest of the cast is basically not even worth mentioning. They're fairly generic, not particularly well-defined or well-rounded. They have decent chemistry, but Okay, if you want to watch a show about a bunch of eccentrics in school, doing art school, a little thing called Hidamari fucking sketch. And you know what they don't do in Hidamari sketch? They don't shout at the cute girls and bully them for being autistic. Instead, they're just lesbians with each other. It's the best, okay? You want to have the best version of this story? You want to have the best version of a bunch of eccentric characters who are all at school age doing like romance subplots and having some drama with plenty of comedy to go around. What you want to do is you want to open up your computer and you want to download a little game called Magikoi, which is a visual novel, and that is good. Okay, Magikoi is good. This is dog shit. This is garbanzo beans. This was garbaggio. Okay, we don't fuck with this. We don't allow you to get away with bullying the cute anime girls and then expecting us to sympathize with the character. I don't play along with these games, okay? I don't play along with these games. You've annoyed me. It was already a story that I wasn't particularly behind. It was already a lot of high school melodrama, romance melodrama, lots of very just so telegraphed twists and like little moments that are just like so cliche that you've seen them 1,000 times before, just like doing absolutely nothing special. And the only notable thing about the show that was keeping me watching is that Mashiro Shina is a cute fucking girl. She's adorable, okay? And now you're just being like, I'm gonna be mean to her for no fucking reason because I'm stupid, right? That's not good writing. It's not interesting. It's not anything. It's literally bait. It's rage bait. It's there to make you be like, how could he say that? I need to see them, and now I need to see them reconcile because they're having like a lover's quarrel, but they're not, because main guy is the worst. He's the worst example of these like clueless harem protagonists who are just
I hate it. I hate this type of show. In fact, I might give it a 3. I can't in good conscience give it a 3 because it wasn't that bad on any like measurable aspect. But I'm sorry, I don't play those games. I don't play those games. I'm a seasoned veteran. Okay, I've been around for a while. I've been around for a while. I know what you're doing to me, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want to see a show about main guy who's just being like mad at cute girl, cute autistic, you know, based individual, and they're like, expect me to sympathize with main character? No, fuck you. Expect me to be happy when they get together? They should have gotten together 50 episodes ago, okay? I'm not going to be happy about that anymore because you've just baited me and strung me along for too long for me to care about it. That's basically it. You just pushed your luck too far. That's pretty much it, right? Is you just, at a certain point, the sort of like plot arc has to have a conclusion. And you can only get, like, at the same time, they have to have rising tensions and rising stakes. So you know that the main two have to get together because that would be the only satisfying conclusion. And if they didn't, the show would be absolute garbage and deserving of like a 0 out of 10 rating. But the entire show is premised on the fact that they're not together, right? And so you have to string the audience along for 24 episodes of them not getting together so that they can get together in the final episode. Or maybe the penultimate episode, depending on what type of show this is. But that's normally the penultimate episode or the final episode is the way these things go. Then the problem is that in order to keep people wondering, will they get together, will they not get together, is you have to have them get closer and closer to actually confessing to each other, to actually starting to date, without actually doing it. And so it's just going to be pain. It's just going to be painful. It's going to be painful to watch. I'm not interested. Sorry. Not sorry. If you write these kinds of stories, you deserve to be dropped. You don't deserve to have your anime finished. You're gone. You're gone. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Enjoy your life. I'm not interested. Okay, I'm going to give you a plot rundown just of what happened in particular to make me drop this show. So, this is a show, I won't go into too much detail, because it doesn't deserve it. But this is a show where a bunch of art students end up living in a dorm together, and they're all kind of weird and eccentric personalities. And one of them is main character guy, and another one is a autistic girl named Sheena, who could have been like a highly acclaimed artist, but left it behind in order to become a mangaka because that was what she was passionate about. And out of all of the characters in the show, those two have they're the main characters, and they also have the best chemistry by far. They have a sort of boketsukomi, back and forth banter situation going on. It's really the only entertaining part of the show is watching those two have conversations. Then a bunch of plot stuff happens, and then at some point, basically, main character guy Sheena is supposed to. Oh, she's also from England. She's like blonde and whatever, right? Because everyone from England or from Europe in Japanese media has to be blonde. So there's a situation where she might go back to England, and he realizes, like, actually, I don't want her to go back to England. You know, she's too much of my daijina tomodachi to let her go back to England. So he goes to the airport and is like, don't leave, and he hugs her, right? And it turns out, actually, she was never going to go back to England. She was just seeing her sister off as she left, but she was never going to go back. But then that moment causes Sheena's feelings to awaken to the main character guy, and she's like, I can't get you out of my head. And then they have, then she sees someone else make a bento for the guy that she has a crush on, and Sheena gets the idea, I want to make a bento for main character guy. But she doesn't know how to make a bento, so she asks main character guy, like, hey, how do I make a bento? And so they try to cook, but Sheena, being very clumsy, accidentally cuts her finger, which is a problem because she has manga deadlines to meet. She's a serialized mangaka, so she can't afford to injure her fingers. In the meantime, it's worth noting that, like, Sheena is like an autistic savant, right? Like, she tried and worked hard to become a mangaka and got published. Meanwhile, everyone else in the dorm is kind of jealous of how good she is at art, including main character guy, who presumably gets some sort of rejection letter, and then is, he's basically mad and like, hey, stop trying to cook this bento, you're just going to hurt yourself, like, focus on just your manga that you're writing, right? Sheena doesn't really understand what the fuck's going on. Then main character guy gets this rejection letter, and then runs into Sheena in the hallway with an apron on, who's going down to cook a bento again, which he doesn't know is for him. And so he is mad because he got this rejection letter and is like, stop doing this. What are you doing? Go work on your manga. Stop. And then she is like, well, she basically is just like, if you want me to stop, then get the fuck out of my head because I can't stop thinking about you. And then you're like, okay, the kokuhaku scene, the confession scene, finally, because there's no other way that could be interpreted. And then what happens? Fade to black. The show just fades to black, and you don't see because a conversation couldn't possibly reasonably end there, but it does, okay? Just to bait you to keep watching. It's so annoying. That would be in any reasonable dialogue where the confession takes place, because there's no other way to interpret that sentence, but, whatever. Then the two are kind of, main character guy is just mad at Sheena for no real reason. I guess he's just kind of jealous. I don't really understand. And then Sheena is trying to make up with him, so she gives him a little snack, leaves it outside of his door and stuff like that. And the main character guy has no interest in making up with her because he's just a jealous little bitch who doesn't deserve her. And, they start chatting again after the first time after the hallway incident. And he seems kind of off, and then Sheena is like, you're mad, right? And he's like, I'm not mad. And then she's like, I can tell that you're mad. And he's like, and he snaps and he shouts at her, I'm not mad. And that's when I turn the show off, because fuck you, bro. Okay, you're never gonna, so the show will eventually expect me to root for the main character and to have sympathy. It's gonna be like, he was just under a lot of stress. He was jealous of her skills at manga, blah, 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 blah. But I am never going to have sympathy for the main character again, because that is just fucked up behavior. I don't really care what's going on. Someone is trying to do something really nice for you, and also very, very obviously, I'm pretty stupid, okay, but even I would be able to tell that this girl had feelings for me when she said, I can't get you out of my head, and also confessed earlier, by the way, that did happen in the show. But a convenient aeroplane flew by, so main guy couldn't hear it. That's the sort of bullshit that's in this show. Main girl confesses, but an aeroplane flies by, and so main character guy can't hear her. That's the kind of really bullshit, stretching the romance thing on and on. It's just ridiculous. The show's going to expect me to sympathize with this character again, but I'm never going to, because I think that's just really fucked up and mean to do. And I think it's very obvious that she didn't even do anything wrong. She's done zero things wrong this entire time, and it's just main guy being an asshole. And yeah, Sheena is the only character in the show that fills me with a sense of moe. And when you just shout at your moe characters and make them sad for no fucking reason, that pisses me off. That's not a character decision in universe. That is a writing decision outside of universe. That is something you decided to do as a writer, and I can't abide by that. I hate to do this twice in a row, but I'm gonna drop Acro Trip. Look, it's not that bad, okay? It's not that bad, but it's just also not good in any particular way. I'd probably give it a 5 out of 10.
you know, maybe a low 5 to a strong 4. It's like I wouldn't say it's like that bad, you know, like there's nothing egregious about it. I do find it pretty damn boring. Like that's the main thing. It's just like it's a comedy show, but it's not very funny. Like it's one of those situations where you're watching a comedy, it's not very funny, and there's only so many times you can say it's not funny, you know? The animation is kind of garbage. The character design looks good in still frames, but doesn't look good in motion. Like if you look at the poster, the characters look pretty not like incredible, nothing super original, but they look, you know, somewhat aesthetically appealing. But in motion, I don't know, it just doesn't work. I guess I don't know, probably overworked and underpaid animators and lots of you know, outsourcing. But the gimmick of Acro Trip, it's kind of a similar show to Mahou Shoujo ni Ako Garete, right? It's like a sort of here's a girl that's really into Mahou Shoujos and then becomes a villain to fight the Mahou Shoujos. But Mahou Aka, is that what it's called? The short name is it focuses on being an ecchi show where the main girl is sort of you know, a dominatrix type character to the magical girls, and the magical girls actually have like more defined personalities, and there's multiples of them, and they have relationships with each other, and they have chemistry, and there's twists and turns in the story, even though it's largely comedic and ecchi focused. You know, I think that show was pretty good. And the main girl has a whole arc. Acro Trip, there's only one magical girl, and she's pretty plain and boring. She's sort of just like, doesn't really have much depth to her. I also felt like the main girl, the main character, I felt like her voice was cast poorly. Like, I didn't feel like her voice really fit her design. I'm not saying that the actress did a bad job, I just think it was miscast. But primarily, you know, the thing about Mahoaka is you're watching this character interact with all of the magical girls, both in magical girl character and in school, when none of them know who each other are, as just people, plus the entire cast of the villains. There's a lot of characters. So sure, they're not like super deep, and not all of them are super developed, but they have personalities, they have wants and needs, and you know, whatever. And they have little gimmicks in the way that their powers work, which is like unique and interesting and creative. And none of that is the case in Acro Trip. In Acro Trip, most of the interactions in the show are just between the main girl and Kuroma, who's like the villain bad guy, right? And he's not a very interesting character. He's mostly just like comedic. He's mostly just sort of does whatever is funny in the scene. Like he doesn't really have much of a personality. In fact, his personality sort of flip-flops depending on what's useful for the scene to make it a joke. But it's not very funny. Yeah, I don't know, man. The powers that they use are like purposefully generic, I suppose, to be a parody, but that just makes them boring. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of there's not very much creative. My God, my mouth is not working. Not very many creative decisions. I felt that everything was sort of done in a very straightforward and obvious way. Yeah, I really did not think the show looked good visually, and yeah, as a comedy, I just didn't think it has the chops to be funny. So I watched 4 episodes of that, and I am now going to drop it, and I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10, maybe a 4, maybe a 4. I'll give it a 5. Is it a 4 or is it a 5? Is it bad? I'm gonna give it a 4, just because I feel like for it to be a 5, there has to have been something I appreciated about it more than I actually did. I didn't find myself really there's some shows where I can be like, well, at least that was good. In this instance, I don't really have that. So I think I'm gonna drop it at episode 4. Which is a shame, because I was kind of hoping that show would turn out good. I thought the first episode was pretty good, but no. Okay, well, that leaves us with just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shows left. Again, 2 of which are really long Mahou Shoujo. Okay, what do we watch next? You know what? Should we just relax? Should we take a break and just watch some Kiruminzoo? Let's do it. Let's watch Anyamal Tantei Kiruminzoo, which is an excellent show, by the way, if you're curious. I can't believe I get to say this, but I just finished Cardcaptor Sakura after 9 years in development. I don't actually know how long it was, but it was definitely years. I started watching Cardcaptor Sakura years ago, got to I think around episode 17 or something like that, and then I put it on hold. And I actually remember which episode it was, because they go to an aquarium in the episode. I don't remember which number it is, but it's one where they go to an aquarium. And I had put it on hold for years. For 2 years, I didn't watch any Sakura, because I was like, I don't know. I don't remember what was going through my head. It was a long time ago. But I had picked it up after realizing, it was after I had watched Nanoha, it was after I had watched all of the otaku-oriented magical girl stuff, and it was after I had found out about Kiruminzoo, and I had been like, wait, Sakura was really good. I should take that off hold and start watching it again. And that was, I believe, last year. But it still took me a long ass fucking time. I think it was in the summer of last year. So it's taken me I think 6 months to get through the rest of it. And the reason is that Cardcaptor Sakura is the exact opposite of a marathonable show. It is, let's say the most marathonable show I've ever seen is Hunter x Hunter. I watched that. Literally, I spent 4 days doing nothing but waking up, watching Hunter x Hunter, and then going to sleep. That is the most marathonable show I've ever seen. And what that has going for it is extremely fucking fast-paced, even though it might not seem like that. If you actually take a zoom out and see what's happening in the grander scheme of things, sometimes a whole episode is just one conversation that happens in the middle of a fight, and a single fight can last 3 or 4 episodes. But it's so detailed. There is so much going on constantly in Hunter x Hunter that you're always learning new information. The cast is constantly growing. The characters are constantly developing. You're constantly learning new things about the world, about the specifics of what's going on, whatever. But the big thing that makes Hunter x Hunter so marathonable is the fact that every episode ends on a cliffhanger. And somehow they make this work every time. Where even if the whole episode was kind of just okay and not that much happened, it will end on a cliffhanger and you'll be like, well, I gotta know where this goes, and then you'll go again. You'll watch the next one, right? So it is both really fast-paced, every episode ends on a cliffhanger, and it has really long arcs. It has big, long arcs that take place over the entire show, right? And you want to know where they go. And even when one arc finishes, you barely have time to catch your breath because we're on to the next arc, right? And every time a new arc happens, it's a massive paradigm shift. Especially later on in the show, and as I've heard in the manga, every time something new happens in Hunter x Hunter, every time there's a new arc, it's not just and now they're off to a new adventure. It's actually some crazy shit is happening, right? Actually everything you knew was a lie, and this is a complete paradigm shift of everything you've known, and it's blows your mind constantly, right? Okay. Sakura is the exact opposite. It is
really slow and relaxed pace, and I'll talk about the pacing later, because I have mixed opinions about the pacing. But it takes a very relaxed pace, a very slow paced, almost Iyashikei style, slow, laid back pace. Characters talk slow, things happen slowly, and not much happens, honestly, a lot of the time. Number two, rather than every episode ending on a cliffhanger, every episode is completely self-contained Monster of the Week style storyline. There are overarching plots. There are really three overarching plots in Sakura. There is a plot that happens from episode 1 to episode 50, which then concludes in episode 50. Then there's the second arc, and sometimes I've even seen these split up into different seasons, where episode 1 to episode 50 is considered season 1, and episode 50 to episode 70 is considered season 2. I've also seen them all as one season, so I'm just going to call them one season. But I think there was a break when they were airing. I don't know the details, but I have seen the show broken up into those two sections as two different seasons in some places. It's presented like that. So there's one arc from episode 1 to episode 50, and then there's another arc from episode 20 to episode 70. And then there is also the sort of romance subplot that goes throughout the whole show as one big arc, right, in the background. So there are arcs, but the arcs are more like, there's just a little hint in the background of every episode that is like, remember this character, she's still evil. And then only when you get like a few episodes before the big conclusion of the arc will it start actually having a bigger impact on the plot of the particular episode. In reality, the overarching arcs, the big bads, the guys that are behind all of the monsters of the week, are really just there as an excuse for there to be monsters of the week. And I'm going to get into spoilers now. So if you don't want Cardcaptor Sakura spoiled for you, skip ahead or whatever. Actually, there's really only one arc, because the first villain was really instructed by the second villain, and then also the second villain, not a villain at all. In fact, a good guy. In fact, all of it was just a test. Sakura was never in any real trouble with anyone actually dangerous. Everyone was just nice the whole time, even though they seemed evil. They were actually just nice. And I don't know how to feel about that. So it was all one arc, really, and it wasn't even really an arc, because she didn't actually have to defeat any evil bad guys, because there were no bad guys. In fact, they were just good guys. He was just kind of weird and doing like a test on Sakura to see if she was ready to be a powerful Mahou Shoujo. The whole thing is just like, actually, I found this kind of bullshit, basically. Like, I thought, like, throwing this at the end of the show, like, okay, these last 20 episodes, this was actually just me testing you to see if you're ready, as the previous grand magical mage guy. And also, by the way, you know that other villain you spent most of the show fighting? Yeah, I just put her there. She was just like I just met her once, and, you know, she was also just testing you. It was actually no big deal. Like, you're supposed to believe that, I guess I should explain that for the first arc, episode 1 to episode 50, is about Sakura collecting the Klo cards, which are like magical cards that are basically like spell cards, right? You use one to cast a particular spell, and they've been dissipated all over the place, and she's got to go collect them. She gets the final ones, and then in episode 50, I actually don't remember what happens, but there's a big fight because there's another person who wants the cards, but it turns out she doesn't even really want the cards. She's just kind of testing Sakura. That's whatever. So they have a fight. Sakura kind of wins, but takes a bunch of damage in the process. And her little special magical girl staff transforms. She's sort of can't use the cards anymore, which is strange. But it turns out she now has to transform the cards from Klo cards, which they are, named after Klo, the original magical guy who created them, and she has to transform them into Sakura cards, which
she can use with they're now like hers basically. So like it doesn't really make any sense. It's just magic, okay? And so then the next arc is her going back through the cards and transforming them into Sakura cards. Um, and in the big final fight, she transforms the rest of the cards, which isn't even that big. To be honest, the final fight was pretty disappointing. I found overall. Okay, I'm going to start giving you my opinions on the quality of this show now, because I've given you an overview of the plot. I think Cardcaptor Sakura, I'm just going to state this in plain language. I think Cardcaptor Sakura is the best looking anime of all time. I think it is the best in all aspects of the visual. I think it has the best art style. I think it has, obviously there were animations with more frames. There were anime with bigger Sakura bombastic moments. But Sakura is consistently above average for 70 straight episodes. It is consistently above average quality. And what's impressive to me is they know when to use it. Every anime has a budget of time and manpower that they have to account for when you're producing a show. You can't magically summon more time out of nowhere. You have a limited number of resources. And so a good production is knowing where to allocate those resources, what to spend your time on, which shots need to be really bold and well animated, and which parts of the show can just be people standing still with their lip flaps moving and it won't matter. And Sakura pulls this off better than any show I've ever seen. Because, in the same way that a good VFX shot in live action is good because from the beginning, from pre-production, they planned like around the VFX, and when they shot it around what the VFX were going to look like, and that makes it very effective. The shots in Sakura with particularly impressive animation are the same way, where they are clearly built from the ground up to have a piece of, impressive animation in them. And there's at least one in every episode. Normally, and also, even when the animation is not like super framey and, whatever, limited, let's say, it's still good. The characters still feel like they have weight. They still feel like they exist in the world. They still feel expressive. It's well animated. It's very well animated. But this is also massively helped by the fact that the cinematography in the show and the direction in the show is top fucking notch. Okay? The color design is top fucking notch. The character design is top fucking notch. Okay? It just doesn't get better. So even when it is someone standing around with their lip flaps moving, the show still looks great because it's going to be shot in an interesting way. It has kind of the whole show it actually has like a directorial voice. It has like I don't want to say Wes Anderson-y, but this it's not necessarily symmetrical. They use a lot of rule of thirds, but they use a lot of these basics very effectively, and they always come up, even though a lot of the show takes place in similar environments, they always find creative ways to frame shots and to make everything interesting, make everything visually interesting, and not just visually interesting, but also visually communicative, to express the character's internal states through the positioning of the camera and the lighting of the scene and the colors of the scene and so on, and the blocking of the characters. And it's all done incredibly effectively, in my opinion. And, let's just mention this off the top, just like now, just in passing, okay? I mean, Sakura, probably maybe the most legendary character design of all time. Like, I mean, it's just amazing. Obviously, there are some people who have problems with Clamp's style. In particular, dudes with tiny heads. The dudes with tiny heads takes a bit to get used to, but you get used to it. And then the dudes have tiny heads, okay? It's fine. It's fine that the dudes have tiny heads. You just get over it. So I think visually, Cardcaptor Sakura is the best that any anime has ever looked.
It has a perfect mix of the it almost has a moe art style, big eyes. It kind of looks like all of this stuff, right? Like it's got the moe art style that I like, but it's early. It's super early, right, for the moe art style, because the moe art style was in large part inspired by Mahou Shoujo, and that kind of stuff. Um, but it also doesn't have digital coloring. It still has old school cell shading, which normally I like the digital coloring, but in this instance, Sakura has such a striking color palette that these pastels, these, um, I don't know the language, but it's just great. It just works. The show just fucking works. And let's talk about Sakura for a second, okay? Kinamoto Sakura is one of the cutest anime characters of all time. Like, let's not play no games here. She is fucking adorable. And the show knows she's adorable because it finds an excuse in the form of an entire fucking character to put her in a different outfit that is always adorable every episode. Every episode they put Sakura in a new outfit that is always the cutest shit you've ever fucking seen. And you know, it's great. It's great, man. It's amazing. Everyone in this show is lovely. All of the characters are lovely, except for Chloe, who I think is kind of a bastard. But everyone is lovely. Everyone is very caring. Even Xiaolang, who at first he's just a tsundere. Okay, he's just a tsundere. Um, so the show knows that Sakura is cute. They have a whole character whose job is to be a lesbian who constantly talks about how Sakura is so cute. And it's amazing. It's based. It's fucking based. And yeah, this show is also gay as shit. Okay? You got Yukito and I forgot, Tomoya, is that his name? Tomoyo? Something like that. Sakura's brother. They're gay. They're just gay. Um Sakura and man, I just watched the show. I just sat down and watched 10 episodes, 12 episodes straight of this show, and I've forgotten the names of the main characters. I swear to God, there's just something wrong with me. There's just holes in my brain. Um, the girl. She's gay. Xiaolang, he kind of wants to fuck Yukito, so he's like bi. He's something. You know, everyone's gay, and they don't even mention it. I thought that was pretty chill. Um, that's just fun. That's just a bit of fun, just to mix shit up. Um, so that's the positives. It's the best looking show ever made, and Sakura is incredibly cute. But now let's talk about the negatives, because there was a while I was watching it where I was thinking maybe this should be a 10 out of 10, maybe it should be in my favorites, my top 10, but as I kept watching it, I sort of changed my mind. And the ending, being what it was, kind of solidified that although it's a great show, it's an excellent show, I don't think I can give it a rating that high, and I don't think it would make it quite into my list of favorites of all time. I think visually, it's among the greats, but it's the writing that lets it down. Don't get me wrong, I think there are great moments in the show, but I think the slow pacing sometimes is very effective, creates an effective tone, but sometimes it feels like aimless, like the writers didn't know what they were doing, like things just sort of happen out of nowhere. It often feels formulaic. Sometimes the most annoying part is that many characters just don't talk to each other in situations where any normal person would just have a conversation about something, which is a type of plot contrivance that I really find annoying. And it only exists to stretch a particular storyline out so that one character is lacking information until a later episode. And that stuff, it pisses me off when I notice that stuff. When they do stuff like that, it's like, I don't want to have to think about, when I'm watching a show, the process of the writing. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm sitting here thinking, oh, it would make perfect sense for these two characters to be having a conversation about this event right now, where one character would reveal the important piece of information that they know to the other character who doesn't know that, because that would be the obvious thing to do in this situation. They don't do it because the show wants to drag this plot line on and keep you watching, so that you're like, when is he gonna find out? That stuff annoys me. I don't like it when that happens. I don't like that plot contrivance. If you're, I don't know, man. There's just a lot of shit like that. There's a lot of stuff where characters just don't talk to each other, and it doesn't make any sense unless because it's only there for dragging the show on for longer. I found that annoying. I thought, in terms of the monsters that Sakura fights, some of them are creative. Some of them, especially as the show goes on, I found kind of uninteresting, kind of uncreative. The fights themselves in the show are definitely a low point, in my opinion. The fight scenes in Sakura are not very good. Especially the sort of big climactic battles that you're building up for tens of episodes, and then it's just sort of a bunch of people standing around casting magical spells at each other. I don't know. They're not very well choreographed, is what I'm saying. The fight scenes are not very well choreographed. They're not very creative or very interesting, and that I don't like. And yeah, I find the pacing of the show is very repetitive. It's very it has a formula, and it basically sticks to it every time. And that's a lot when you got 70 or so episodes of that. They never really switch it up, except there's 3 times when they switch it up. They switch it up there's 4. They switch it up in episode 1, because it's like an introductory episode. They switch it up in episode 50, because it's the end of an arc. They switch it up in episode 69, because that's really that's like the big climactic final battle. And in the final episode, they also switch it up because it's the final episode. And let me say, that final fucking episode, this is the final nail in the coffin for me being like, yeah, I don't think I can give this show, like, I don't think this is going to be counted as among the best shows ever. Because throughout the whole show, there is, especially, some episodes are really romance heavy. Like, I'm calling it a subplot. It is kind of a subplot, but it's also just a side, like, it is just a plot. Like, the I don't know if you want to call it a love triangle. All of the characters, the main casts, particularly mainly Sakura and Xiaolan's like romantic feelings for Yukito and for each other are a constant presence in the show. And there are some episodes that are strongly dedicated to this. And there is a lot of build-up to what will happen when those two finally admit their feelings for each other. When Sakura and Xiaolan finally admit their feelings to each other. And Xiaolan admits his feelings to Sakura in episode 69. And then in episode 7, he's like, I'm going back to Hong Kong now, bye! And Sakura's like, I never even got to say anything back to you, what the fuck? I don't even know how I feel, which is kind of weird. And then, at the very end, they don't even, like, get together. Like, in a show, what's supposed to happen is Sakura's supposed to run to the airport and be like, no, I'm not letting you leave. I love you too, stay here with me. And then they embrace, and then the show ends. That's how the show's supposed to end. I've seen shows before, that's how they're supposed to end. Instead, what happens is Sakura's in her bedroom, like, what am I gonna do? And then she summons a card. The card, we never see the name of it. We never see what it does. But then, all of a sudden, she's at the airport, running. She goes up to him. she's like, hey, and then stays silent, staring at him for a while, and is like, ano, eto, ano, and you're like, okay, she's gonna confess back to him, and then here's like, this is like literally the biggest spoiler because it's like the end of the show. This is the final scene of the show, pretty much. His like butler guy, Shaolan's butler guy, shows up and is like, here's a teddy bear. And then Shaolan's like, thanks for the teddy bear, man. And then Sakura's like, can I keep that? You know, implied to remember you by while you're gone in Hong Kong or whatever. And he's like, sure, you can keep that. And then then they like, he hands a teddy bear over to her, and then they touch hands, and then then the OP plays, and then the end credits. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? She didn't even say anything. She didn't even say, I love you too. She didn't even say, they didn't even hug. They just like briefly touched each other's hands. Like, look, they're kids. I'm not here saying like, oh, they need to have a fucking make-out sesh or whatever. Like, that's not what I'm saying. Keep it wholesome, but have them hug. Like, that's the perfect thing. Like, what are you talking about? She didn't even say anything to him. She didn't even confirm anything to him. That's fucked up how you doing my man's like that, man. He spilled his heart out to you. And you didn't even say nothing back to him, man. Let alone you say like, hey man, don't go back to Hong Kong. She didn't even say nothing like that to him. She didn't even say shit to him. She said it to no one. Well, she was like, I don't want Shaolan to go. I'm sad about that. But she didn't say it to him. She shows up at the airport and is just like, give me the teddy bear. And presumably just dips. Because in the post-credit scene, she's back in her bedroom. So presumably, she was just like, give me the teddy bear. She ran to the airport. She goes to him, is like, hey, wait. And then he's like, huh? Give me that teddy bear. And then presumably just fucking dipped and went back home. Least satisfying conclusion to a romance arc I've ever seen in an anime. Presumably setting up for a hypothetical season 2, which there is a season 2, but it came out, I think, 20 years later. And I think that's bullshit. I don't think you should be doing that. I think that is a complete that is a violation of your audience's trust. I don't think you should conclude an arc like that. I think in that situation you should do the cliche generic thing because that's what we all want. We all want to see the cliche generic scene at the end where she says, don't go to the airport, I love you too, and then they hug. And then the show can end. And that would have been perfect. And it would have been so easy because it's like a cliche. It's so obvious. And they just don't do it. They do a weird, like, half version of it. It's like, if they didn't do it, that would be a subversion. And I'd be like, okay, that's interesting. If they went, like, if Sakura ran to the airport or whatever and was like, listen, I actually don't have romantic feelings for you, but listen, I do love you as a friend. Like, we should just be friends. Like, that would be an interesting subversion. It would be commenting about Sakura's autonomy as a woman and like commenting on the trope itself, and that would be kind of interesting. Would it be really unsatisfying as an audience member? Yes, but it would also be unsatisfying on purpose. It would be a subversion. I'm not saying they should have done that. I think they should have done the cliche thing. But at least it would have been interesting. At least they would have said something. At least I would have been like, okay, that's a weird decision. I don't agree with that decision. I think that was a bad way to end the storyline, but you tried something. Except, instead, they didn't. They didn't subvert it. They didn't do the trope. They didn't subvert the trope. They just half-assed the trope. And that you can't do. I don't like that. I think that's terrible. So, I do have a lot of problems with Sakura. Which means I don't think I can give it like a 10 out of 10. I don't think I can make it one of my favorite shows of all time, despite the fact that it is the best looking show of all time. I also want to compliment the sound and the music. I forgot to say that. Great fucking music, amazing music throughout, great sound design, great voice acting from everyone. All of the voice cast is amazing. Yeah. So I think Cardcaptor Sakura, I don't know. I'm like in a weird position where I love the way the show looks. I think it's like eye candy. I think it's visually the most stunning thing ever. But beyond that, you know, I don't know if I can honestly say that I loved the show. I don't know if I can honestly say that. I definitely liked it. Like we're not even questioning giving it anything below a 6. That would be insane. We're talking 7, 8, 9, 10. It's not 10 because there's lots of imperfections. It's probably not a 9. So I think I'm gonna give it a strong 8. I think it's an 8. I think it's a solid 8. I think I'm gonna give it Cardcaptor Sakura a solid 8 out of 10. And yeah, now we just have one more Mahou Shoujo anime to watch, which is Anyamal Tantei Kiruminzoo, which I said I was going to watch, but then I watched Sakura instead, so you guys were probably a little bit confused about that. But man, crazy to me that I've actually finished that show, because it has been like on the back of my mind for years. Yeah, well, I don't know what else to say. I think we just keep going. Damn, I talked for a long time about this one, but it's been a long time coming and there's a lot to talk about. Shikanoko nokonoko koshitantan is just unfortunately another one of these situations where I gotta say it's a comedy and it's not very funny, and so it just kind of fails. I really wanted to like this show because I like the shows that it's aping. You know, I like we haven't had one of these in a little bit, right? But it used to be a very common genre. Not that long ago, it was extremely common. When I first got into anime, this kind of high school comedy, lots of references, usually with like one really wacky character and one straight man for like a Boketsukomi situation, you know, and in the more comedic direction rather than the more slice of life direction. I'm talking things like Plastic Nason. I'm talking things like Asobi Asobase. I think that's what that's called. I'm talking, you know, all of that kind, even a bit of a Nichijou. And of course, the ultimate version of this is Pani Pony Dash. The sort of spastic high school comedies with wacky female casts was a pretty common type of anime, you know, and there's slightly older stuff. I've actually forgotten the name of the show. Someone's Secret. Someone no Himitsu. Someone Chan no Himitsu? Something like that. I forget. Someone remind me. I actually didn't think that show was that great, but there's a little bit older. I mean, Pani Pony Dash is a little bit older. They go back to the 2000s. I mean, they really go back even further than that, back to like the 80s, those are more sort of rom-com focused. But similar kinds of things. And, you know, it's kind of a genre that stopped existing, which I think is a shame. But, you know, this is not a good one. There's lots of them, and a lot of them aren't very good, right? Like, Unhappy, for example, that's one. Not that great, you know? There's a lot of these types of shows, and a lot of them aren't that good. And it's a shame that the first one we get in a while. I mean, I would say that it's arguable that in some sense, a show like Onimai is in the same lineage, even if it is quite different. But Onimai is much better than this show. I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed that I think a lot of people were. I saw a lot of people sort of being disappointed by the show. I wasn't that into it by the first 2 episodes, and now I'm in episode 4, like halfway through, and I'm like, yeah, it's not really getting any better. I was just sort of waiting to let it all soak in, you know, letting to see if it would like pick up a little bit, but it really didn't, and I think that's a damn shame. It's not like it's terrible, but there's a lot of things that are just sort of not great. I mean, primarily, it's a comedy show where the comedy isn't very funny. I mean, there's not really anything you can say about that. But also I find that the animation is just like bad throughout, like really, really lacking. And it does even like impact. Like normally, I'm not someone who complains that much about poor quality animation, but it's sometimes, you know, I guess to the point where it actually impacts the ability to characterize characters, characterize characters, you know, to emote and stuff like that, and it can just make everything feel a lot more awkward and sometimes be distracting. You know, they've clearly sort of
played into. So, like, a common visual thing in this show is these sorts of 3D CGI deers, right? Because the show is themed around deers, the animal, right? And the 3D CG deers, they obviously think they look kind of weird, and they think that's kind of funny, and so they put them everywhere. But the thing is, it's not funny. Like, it's not really very funny to just have a weird 3D model of a deer in your show. Like, I don't know who thinks that's funny, but that's not really very funny to me. And so instead, it's just kind of distracting in every scene that they show up in. Yeah, I do think the voice acting in the show is all around pretty good. And Nokotan's character design is great, and she's a good character, but the rest of the cast I found pretty lacking. And yeah, I think unfortunately I'm going to end up dropping this show at episode 4. I think I'd give it a 4 or 5 out of 10. Let me mark it. Episode 4 dropped, and I'm going to give it a... Let's go up to a 4 out of 10, I think. Which is a shame, because I want more shows like that to exist, but yeah, it's just not doing it for me. It's just not funny. It's just failing because it's not funny. And sometimes shows can get away with this, right? Like, for example, Gotchiyusa. Gotchiyusa is one of my favorite anime, and I'll be the first to admit there are a lot of jokes in that show that do not hit, right? But it doesn't matter because it's carried by the atmosphere and by the characters. Like, at the end of the day, even if you have a few unfunny jokes per episode, it doesn't really matter because you're still having a great time watching these girls get along with each other and immersing yourself in the world and just having this sort of laid-back moe diabetes experience. But this show doesn't really have that. It doesn't have strong enough characters to fall back on. It doesn't really have anything to fall back on. It doesn't have a strong tone. It doesn't have strong characters. It doesn't have strong art. It has nothing to fall back on besides the comedy, and the comedy doesn't work. So, yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to end up dropping shikanoko nokonoko koshitantan. Okay, damn, we're down to 3, 4, 5 shows. I guess next I'm gonna watch. Let's see here. I guess I'll watch some. I might just have to abandon my friends. Like, I was supposed to be rewatching Denpa Onna to Seishun Otoko with some friends, but none of them have been around recently to watch the show. We watched episode 1 like a week and a half ago, and none of them have like. At first, it was my fault actually. I was the they were like, "Hey, you want to watch the next episode?" And I couldn't do it. I had to do something. And then ever since then, we haven't been able to organize to get together and watch the rest of it. So I don't know. I probably should save that for last, because yeah, I don't want to bug. I mean, just in case I manage to watch it together with some people. I guess I'll watch this other show that I think is going to be bad, and that will be the last bad show, which is the Konosuba spin-off. It might not be that bad. Well, let me see. What do people think about the Konosuba spin-off? Average score 74% on AniList. That doesn't really tell me anything. Okay, well, let's just check it out, I guess. I mean, Megumin is cute. Everyone can agree on that, but the first episode wasn't really anything special, and also I kind of feel like Konosuba's cultural moment has passed. After the movie came out, I don't know, it just kind of felt like the whole Konosuba premise was a little bit played out, just because isekais have changed. Like, the sort of isekai that it's parodying has changed significantly. Like, the isekai landscape has just changed significantly, so it feels like there's a lot more wacky. Like, isekai has gone so far as it was, okay, sorry, I'm kind of stumbling over my words here. At first there was isekai, and then there was the isekai parody show, and then it got to the point where, and then there was the isekai subversion show. And those were similar but also distinct. So, for example, Redo of a Healer is an isekai subversion, but it's not really a parody. There were. It's at the point now where we're beyond this, because then there was the isekai subversion parody that goes so far as to become just genuine again, right? And that's already been going on for a while, so we're already like pretty damn past Konosuba. Konosuba's like 3 steps back in that chain. So I feel like Konosuba's sort of cultural moment passed at some point. I did like it when it came out, but I mean, look, I'll give this show a fair chance. If it's good, I'll be pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly surprised. So I just finished Subarashii Sekai ni Bakuen wo, which is the Megumin prequel spin-off Konosuba show, and it was decent. Let me set it as completed real quick. So I would say the first few episodes had kind of put me off. It starts off pretty weak when Megumin is like in school basically, but then she learns the explosion magic that she is renowned for and leaves and goes on whimsical adventures, and the show definitely picks up at that point. That being said, I definitely wouldn't give this show a negative score. I definitely don't regret watching it, although the early episodes are a bit of a slog, because, Konosuba, I know it has a bit of a reputation these days as kind of a Reddit show. I don't know why. I liked it when it came out. I watched it back in like 2017 or something, so I don't really remember it that well. I don't think I ever watched. I don't know if I watched the later seasons. I did watch the movie at some point. But I like Konosuba well enough. I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite shows or anything, but I liked it. It was funny. And the reason it works is that you have Kazuma and the whole group. It's kind of a constant banter, a constant comedy of errors. They all have great comedic chemistry with each other. And the show overall just has a good, somewhat unique sense of humor. But if you take each character individually and you take them out of that group and just have them on their own, there's no one for them to bounce off of. And so the humor, take Megumin as an example. Megumin basically has two character traits. She does the explosion magic, and she's kind of a chunibyo, right? When you're watching this show, before she gets the explosion magic, the only gimmick that she has is that she's kind of a chunibyo, right? And all of the Crimson Demons are kind of chunibyos, so you're just watching a class of people who are very hard to distinguish because their character designs are all extremely similar, fuck around, and all be like vaguely chuny to each other, and it's just not very entertaining at all. Once she gets the explosion magic and she goes off into the world, suddenly she's actually bouncing off of characters who are different from her, and she has more of a personality, more ability in the world, more agency in the world. And that's where the show picks up, right? Because otherwise you just have a bunch of characters who are all very similar to each other, not really bouncing off of each other in any interesting way at all. But still, compared to Konosuba, it's kind of nice watching Megumin and Yunyun talk to each other in this show. Like, they definitely have an interesting friendship. But outside of that, I found that, it's definitely just much weaker on the character chemistry side than Konosuba is, just because of the structure of the show. Also, it's a little bit like the movie Rogue One. In that it's a prequel to something that really didn't need a prequel. And it really, you didn't need to see Megumin's origin story. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, it's not that it's bad. Like, there's one fun moment in the movie Rogue One. Hey, that one bit with Darth Vader in the hallway, that's a pretty cool moment in that movie. The rest of the movie's garbage, but everyone likes that scene, right? It's pure fan service, whatever, but I think a lot of people like that one scene in Rogue One. It's like that, it's a prequel that doesn't need to exist. It's playing the prequel angle way too hard, especially in the final few episodes where you start to see Aqua and Darkness and Kazuma show up in the background of shots, and you hear them off camera, and they get mentioned occasionally, and it's just hey guys, remember Konosuba? It's I don't know, man. That show didn't really need a prequel to establish Megumin's backstory. I thought that should this show exist, maybe not. Maybe not. It's not really a show that needs to exist. It's not a story that needed to be told. And it doesn't improve Konosuba from having it be told, because it's not like we really learn anything about Megumin that we didn't already know. There's really... There are fucking crazy noises going on outside right now. You guys probably can't hear it, but it is foxes raping each other. They make freaky fucking noises at night. It's always very weird. Anyway, sorry, enough about fox rape. So yeah, the show doesn't really need to exist. Megumin's cool. I mean, I like Megumin. She's like probably the most iconic character from Konosuba. She has a great character design. She has a great voice actress. She has a great gimmick. She's cute. It's fine. Like, there's nothing. I'm not saying that this show is bad, although there are some parts at the beginning. But it's just like kind of pointless, and nothing much really happens in the show. Like. That's basic. Yeah, it's kind of weird how much nothing happens in the show, because it's not a slice of life show. Like, it is a fantasy adventure show, but they just don't really go on adventures. The adventures just don't really mean anything. I don't know. It's kind of strange how little plot, while simultaneously having the entire series the entire show is plot based. But there's no plot. The plot is just leading up to the beginning of Konosuba. So, I don't know. Kind of a weird show. Definitely not like other anime I've seen, in the sense, in its gimmick. But not a show that needed to exist. But let me talk about it. Like, it was funny. The writers are good. It's got some very funny moments. I did chuckle to myself multiple times watching this show. Although the character chemistry from Konosuba isn't really there are still good characters who show up and have fun interactions, and there are plenty of humorous moments, and the world of Konosuba is still funny and vibrant and, feels lived in. Yeah, I mean, I'd give it a strong 6. I think I'd give it a strong 6. Yeah. So that was Kono Subarashii Sekai ni Bakuen wo. Kind of makes me want to rewatch Konosuba, to be honest, because I watched it when it came out, or like near when it came out, and haven't seen it since then. So kind of forgot a lot of the stuff that happens in that show. I should say also the show is pretty well animated. Like, it looks pretty great the whole way through. The art style, I mean, it just looks like Konosuba, but Konosuba looks pretty good. It's nowhere near as funny as Konosuba, or as like interesting or unique as Konosuba was when it came out. Let me make that clear. It's no masterpiece, but it's a 6. I don't regret watching it. Okay, 4 shows to go. Tengoku Daimakyou, Tamayura More Aggressive, Anyamal Tantei Kiruminzoo, and Denpa Onna to Seishun Otoko. I think I'm gonna watch Tamayura, I guess. Okay, so unfortunately, I did not finish Tamayura today. Tamayura More Aggressive today. Because I want to take the show at a slow pace. I didn't want to rush myself. I wanted to take it at a slow pace. So I also decided to start from the beginning of the season again. Just because I had kind of forgotten the first few episodes, and I forgot where I was. Turns out I was on episode 4. I said I was on episode 5, but after I rewatched it from the beginning, it turns out that I had previously watched up to episode 4. But I'm currently on episode, I think, 10. And I'm gonna go to sleep now. I could definitely stay up for a bit longer and finish the show, but I've been taking it easy. I'm happy to finish it tomorrow. I want to say that I think Tamayura is a masterpiece. I think ever since I watched Hirotose, I've thought that Tamayura is one of my favorite shows, easily in my top 10.
the reason I haven't like made it official by adding it to my Annie list favorites is because I haven't finished it. I felt like I needed to finish the whole series before I mark it off as my favorite. But yeah, I mean, I can pretty confidently say I'm gonna give Tamayura more aggressive a 10 out of 10 rating. I'm pretty confident in that, and I will definitely talk at more length tomorrow when I finish the show about everything I love so much about Tamayura. But before I go to sleep, I want to get something off my chest that is not really that relevant, but I just feel like I'm going to forget it if I don't say it right now. And that is this. I think this, right now, where we're at culturally, is the peak. We're at peak anime. I think we're at peak anime, and I think we're going to start to see the decline of the popularity of anime. And there's a number of reasons for this. I think the anime industry is due for a collapse. It's been due for a collapse since I got into anime, and it is just getting more and more unsustainable. And there has to come a point where the whole thing collapses. It just has to happen at some point. And the longer it takes, the worse it's gonna be. It's like any financial bubble. More and more studios making more and more shows on lower and lower staff counts and shorter schedules and less money, splitting off to form even newer studios that you've never heard of, outsourcing more and more animation. It can only last for so long. Eventually they have to consolidate their resources, which is gonna happen only when a bunch of smaller studios collapse all at once. I think Sony buying Kodokawa might be part of what leads to this. I don't know. But I think the anime industry is probably going to have a crash at some point soon, because it just cannot possibly financially sustain itself. I think it could have. I don't think it had to be this way. But yeah. So that's one thing. I think secondly, anime has just sort of reached a cultural saturation at this point. I think a lot of people, are just going to move on with their lives. And I think I have a couple of reasons for this. People generally want the cool new thing. Anime hasn't been the cool new thing for a while now, but it's kept itself going through a few fairly popular shows. It manages to drag itself back with like one decent show per season and maybe one actually good show per year that like is both high quality and broad appeal. You get a Makoto Shinkai movie, you get a Soso no Freiren, you get a Danmeshi, you get once in a while something that's good enough to keep people clinging on, but I think, whatever. But I think people are going to get bored of the anime art style. I just think it's going to stop being cool. This is really the core of my thesis. I think people are moving on from Japan in general. Japan was the big East Asian Orientalism obsession when I was growing up. We had a K-pop phase. For a while it was Korea. Seems like the K-pop craze has kind of died out a little bit. I never caught on widely, I think, because it was too specific. K-pop and K-dramas are too niche. I mean, K-pop isn't that niche, but it's too women-coded, right? Like, it was only really women that were super into K-pop. There aren't that many male K-pop stans. Um, and I think like K-dramas are too niche and kind of shit to catch on mainstream. Uh, but I think China's the next big thing. I think we're already seeing it. It's already very trendy on certain parts of the internet to sort of talk about how great China is. Um, and I think it's just gonna take one historical drama blowing up for people to really realize how like Chinese historical dramas are kind of fucking sick and awesome. And I genuinely think we're gonna start seeing that break into the mainstream. I think people are gonna start watching Chinese historical dramas. Uh, the only thing China doesn't have is a great music scene. Like Japan is always gonna have the best music scene in East Asia. Um, because they have a lot of diversity and they have a really strong indie scene. Don't get me wrong, there's lots of amazing music coming out of China, but a lot of it is fairly niche, I feel like. Um, it's either fairly niche or it's fairly, I would just say, not to a Western palette. Like, a lot of the mainstream Chinese music is like a kind of, how do I put it? It's almost like a generic EDM pop that I feel like hasn't been trendy in the West for about 7 or 8 years now. But it just sort of stayed relevant in China, and I don't think people are gonna really hook onto that. But there are a bunch of really good Chinese bands and artists out there, so I don't know what's gonna happen with that. But I think it's whatever. So I think like liking China is gonna be the big thing. Um, It's already the big thing, but I think it's going to become even more mainstream as time goes on, and I think it's going to coincide with a decrease in um, liking Japan as a culture. Uh, and yeah, I think people are just going to get bored of the anime art style and anime tropes and gimmicks and stuff. I think it's already happening. I think people, if you really pay attention to what the people are saying, I think it's already happening. I think it's been happening for a while. I think right now, what one thing that's kind of carrying it on is that there's a lot of 2000s nostalgia, and I think the strongest, most I don't know what to call it. It's not really idiosyncratic, but let's just say strongest or boldest anime art style was from the early 2000s and the late 90s. And a lot of people have, there was a big coincidence of early internet with a lot of anime from that period. And so that the nostalgia wave is kind of carrying that aesthetic along, right? But that nostalgia wave is due to end pretty soon. And after that, I really don't think people are going to have that much nostalgia power for anime stuff. Um, I think that a lot of the people who are currently into anime got into it because they watched Dragon Ball or Naruto on TV as a kid. But kids these days don't watch TV. They watch YouTube and they watch TikTok and whatever the fuck, I don't know. But they watch, garbage slop content. They don't even watch Netflix. They might watch Bluey from time to time. I don't know. Bluey's pretty good. But kids don't watch TV, so people aren't going to have this introduction to anime in their childhood that the millennials and Gen Zers had. Um, I don't think that's universally true, but I think it's gonna. I do think it's gonna have an impact. Um, so yeah, and then finally, I think that the sort of I think there's I don't just think that anime is going to wane in popularity. I think it's going to become actively I think it's going to go back to how it was, where it's actively sort of seen as icky to be into anime, to be an otaku. I think I think it's going to be really bad. I think I predict that something really bad is going to happen. I think we're going to have you guys know about the otaku murderer? Um, I don't know if you guys know this, but back in Japan, I believe in the 80s, there was a guy who, I don't know what he did. He murdered someone, presumably, or maybe multiple people. I don't know. And they found a bunch of anime related stuff in his apartment, and they started a bunch of tabloids and stuff started saying that it was these, like, being an otaku that had driven him sort of crazy and turned him into a murderer. And so the sort of Japanese equivalent of the satanic panic that happened around the same time was this sort of otaku panic, where people were convinced that all of this otaku stuff was like evil. Um, and it was a big moral panic. And I think we're going to see something very, we've already seen a lot of the sort of fan cop mentality is really pretty out of control right now. And right now, there's still enough backlash against it to sort of hold it at bay. And I think if nothing terrible happens, we might be fine. But I also think that because of how popular anime is now, um, I really do think I think my prediction is within the next few years, someone is going to do something really fucked up, and it's going to turn out that they're really into anime, and it's going to bode very poorly for the rest of us. That's my theory. I think that something like that is going to happen in the West specifically. Uh, and yeah, I think that's going to turn out pretty badly. So I think, yeah, I really think that it's going to be a bad time to be an anime fan. Well, the anime is going to drop out of the mainstream. I think it's going to stop being considered cool. I think the industry is going to have at least a minor collapse, um, because all of the money is in Mobage and VTubers these days, you know. Um, I think, and yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of moral panic. I think people are going to think that China is cool. And the thing is, if you're really into China and Korea, there's a lot of history there. I feel like if people start getting, if being into China is considered the cool thing, um, you know, China and Japan, they be beefing. Um, which I think is kind of interesting because China has a lot of otaku, and the otaku in China are fucking hardcore. I got serious respect for the Chinese otaku. Lots of eroge otaku and garuge otaku in China who are real fans, real passionate people. Um, but obviously that's a niche within a niche. Um, you know, but yeah, I think it's gonna be a tough time coming soon. I think it's already getting to that point, but I think a switch is gonna flip, and I think people are gonna have moved on from the anime aesthetic, and it's gonna start being seen as like lame and outdated, pretty soon. Okay, I just finished Tamayura More Aggressive. Let's mark it as completed. I'm gonna rate it a 10 out of 10. And I'm going to add it to my favorites list. Oh, whoops, this is the wrong thing. This is the OVA. Whoops, I fucked up. Okay, mark it as completed and give it a 10 out of 10 and add it to my favorites. So, just for clarity here, the only shows I've ever given a 10 out of 10 are Hidamari Sketch, Serial Experiments Lane, and Take You. That's it. So this is now among the absolute prestige of the absolute prestige on my list. And it belongs there. You might be thinking to yourself, how come this was sitting on your currently watching for so long if you love it so much? And frankly, I think I have some sort of disease where when there's things that I really like shows that I really like, I often put off watching them because I have it in my head that I need to be in the perfect mood. I need to have the perfect environment. Everything needs to be perfect so I can get the maximum out of it. Or like I put off watching it because I'm scared or I don't want it to end. The Hidamari sketch took me, I think, years to get through all of, even though it's my favorite show. But these days, can I even say that? Because I think Tamayura and Hidamari sketch are probably about equal in terms of how much they mean to me. And I think More Aggressive is the best season of Tamayura so far, even better than Hitotose. Would I recommend Tamayura? Yes, to everyone. I think the only people who wouldn't enjoy it are people who have no soul. I think if you watch Tamayura and you don't enjoy it, you're probably some sort of demon creature from hell, with no emotions and no ability to empathize. I think it's perfect. I think that season of anime that I just watched was perfect. I think, Tamayura is a show about, how do I put this? It's a show about this girl called Hu, aka Pote, and who moves to a rural Japanese town by the seaside. And it's about her journey reconnecting with her father who passed away through their shared passion for photography, and at the same time her coming into herself, growing as a person, coming of age, and building lifelong friendships and memories with a wonderful cast of characters. So it's amazing. Okay, I can't. It's a masterpiece. Tamayura is a masterpiece, and Hitotose. So it's a little bit of a strange show, because the first season is a 4-episode OVA, and I think it's good, but it's definitely nowhere near as good as the second and third seasons. It's good, don't get me wrong. I like Tamayura season 1, but it feels more like a prequel to Hitotose than its own thing, if that makes any sense. It's so short and a lot of, well, look, you get the picture. Hitotose is where it really starts off, and I think that season is incredible in its own. I had given that a 9 out of 10. Just watching Hu's growth through the whole show is so, I don't know, best character arc in anime? Maybe. Quite possibly. I don't even know what is there to say about the show. Like, the thing is, it's about tone. It's about atmosphere. Everything comes together. The music, the cinematography, the art, the writing, everything comes together to create just an impeccable atmosphere and tonal experience that as far as I know, no other anime has ever, maybe no other media has ever captured in this way. The only thing I can compare it to is maybe Aria the animation, or like the Aria series, which is not surprising because they were both made by Junichi Sato, who, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated anime creators of all time, if not the most underrated anime creator of all time. I think Junichi Sato should be considered a legend alongside other anime legends. It's just that he creates stuff in genres that generally go overlooked, mostly magical girl shows and Iyashikei,
which don't get as much mainstream attention, which I think is a tragedy. That's not to say he hasn't been involved, because the thing about Junichi Sato is he's old as fuck. His first show was the first show he worked on was in like the 70s. He's been around, okay? He's been around forever. He is your favorite anime director. Like he was in the running to direct Kiki's Delivery Service. Like he was going to direct that before it was a complicated thing. He used to work at Toei. He was like leaving the company at the same time. It was a kind of a complicated thing, and it ended up with Miyazaki directing it. But originally Miyazaki was just going to be the producer, and Junichi Sato was going to be the director of Kiki's Delivery Service, but it didn't work out. Like he's been a legend forever. You know, he's worked on every it's like, oh, it's the guy that made Ojimajo Doremi, you know, it's the guy that worked on Sailor Moon for a little bit, it's the guy that made a couple of somewhat niche Iyashikei anime. But then you're like, oh yeah, and then he also did work on Evangelion, and he did work on Cowboy Bebop, and he did work on Princess Tutu, and he did work on like Gundam War in the Pocket, and he did work on Utena. It's like, oh, yeah, you know, all of the like most legendary, critically acclaimed shows ever. Yeah, he's worked on all of them. It's like he was just there, like working on all of them. And then when he came back, he's like just doing the stuff that presumably he's passionate about. Which, I mean, I respect the hell out of him, and I'm definitely excited to watch more stuff that he's worked on. In particular, Ojimajo Doremi, the first part of Sailor Moon, the movie Junkers Come Here. But obviously, Ojimajo Doremi is like 50 seasons. Each one is 1 million episodes, so it's a lot. He also, I'm not saying that everything he's done is great. Okay, he also made a show called Magic Users Club, which I really didn't like. I watched that and I really thought it was kind of bad. But yeah, everyone's been involved in some duds, but no, he is the god of Iyashikei. I mean, he worked on Sketchbook Full Colors, he worked on Aria, he worked on Ikoku Meido no Krosei. I don't even know how to pronounce that, but the one about the French one. He worked on Aria. Wait, did I even mention that already? I don't remember. Tamayura and Amanchu. Like, just all of the Iyashikei shows. They you could just call Iyashikei the Junichi Sato genre, basically. And obviously not to mention, you know, Sailor Moon, which is obviously considered legendary. He also directed Fushigi Boshi no Futago Hime, which is a show that I think only I have ever cared about. And Keroro Gunso. I think like this is a show that is it was a very popular kids show in Japan. It's like pretty big as a kids show, but it's very much a kids show, and it's not really got much of a fan base in the West. I think that's the case. I've never seen it. I've just sort of vaguely heard about it, and I was surprised to find out that it was the same guy. Anyway, sorry. This is not a video about. This is about Tamayura. I kind of want to make a video about Junichi Sato and how much of a legend he is. But it would require watching so much fucking anime. It would just be insane, because he's been around literally since like the early 80s directing shit and working on shit. I mean, he has like one credit in the 70s, I said, but like he really got started in the early 80s. But you know, and it's like you get started in the early 80s and it's like, oh yeah, he directed a bunch of episodes of this show called Tongari Boshi no Memol, which is like 50 episodes long, because it's like one of those, you know, and they're all like that. So I don't know. It would be, if I wanted to do like a true retrospective on this guy, it would be like a year-long quest. It would take me a long ass fucking time. Yeah, I don't know. I do. Anyway, let's talk about. I don't know what to even say about Tamayura. Like, there's a kami. Like, the show is not really supernatural. It's very grounded. But also, there's just a kami that hangs around called Momoneko-sama, who's just like a kami, who's a cat, and he's just sort of there, and no one's like surprised by the fact that like kami exist. There's no other ones. It's just one guy, one little round cat-looking guy who's just sort of hanging around and helping people from time to time. And I don't know, man, that sort of thing just adds. It's just like creates this great atmosphere, man. I don't even know what to say about this show. I'm speechless. There's so much. There are no. The thing about it is that there are no superfluous elements. There's no superfluous elements. There's nothing that doesn't go towards building the characters, building the world, and most importantly, building the tone. Everything is perfectly crafted, and yet it doesn't feel overly polished. It doesn't feel clinical at all. It feels soulful and personal and introspective throughout. And something you might experience while watching Tamayura is that your mind might start to wander while you're watching the show, because it's a very slow-paced show. Takes a very relaxed pace, very calming. It's the truest sense of the phrase iyashike. Like, it really is a healing type show. And you might find your mind wandering while you're watching the show sometimes, because it's very introspective. They talk about a lot of personal problems, interpersonal problems. It's very nostalgic and melancholy, and it might get you thinking about your own life and your own history and past and relationships. And I don't think that's a bug. I think that's a feature. I think the show is trying to do that. And you might catch your mind wandering and realize that you've sort of zoned out, thinking about something else while the show's going on. And I think I think that's a feature. I think it's like a meditative experience to watch Tamayura. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? There's this. It's a show with nothing to critique because it's just all perfect. I mean, look, you're not going to find any like fancy animation here, okay? Everything is a lot of still frames, a lot of very simple, limited animation, and I think, like I said before when I was talking about Cardcaptor Sakura, every show has a budget. Every show has a limited amount of stuff and a limited amount of time, and it's not a matter of who has the most money. It's not a matter of like, are you a big studio that can afford to throw, a million animators on a project to put a bunch of frames in a fight scene, and that's what determines whether a show looks good or not. It's not about that. Okay, that's the like very naive approach. I think that's the weakest, most surface level sort of way of looking at production quality and art design in anime. I think every show is going to have limitations, and it's not a matter of just which studio can afford the most personnel to animate a scene, and who can afford to hire fucking Yo Yoshinari. It's a matter of how you choose to use it, how you choose to work around your limitations. Every project ever has limitations. Every project ever has a limited resources. Not just anime, but everything that people do. And I don't really care about what resources you had to start with. I care about how you choose to use them. And I think Tamayura is a masterclass in framing and blocking and cinematography and use of music and still frames and just simple dialogue scenes to really effectively build a tone. Yeah, so I think Tamayura. This video has been somewhat. We've really gone the whole gamut of anime here. We've gone shows that I've dropped.
we've done shows that I liked, we've done shows that I really liked, and now we've got a show that is one of my favorites of all time. We've really run the whole gamut in this video. I mean, do I recommend Tamayura more aggressive? Yeah, of course I recommend it. I recommend you watch Tamayura Hitotose and Tamayura more aggressive, and I'm very excited to watch the movies because that's Tamayura's a bit weird, right? It has Tamayura, which is the 4-episode OVA, and then Tamayura Hitotose, which is the 12-episode TV anime, and then the second season of Tamayura Hitotose, which is the 3rd season of Tamayura, is more aggressive. And then there are 4 movies. So I'm very excited to watch those. I'm sure they're going to be mind-blowingly incredible. Yeah. And unfortunately, I should have saved this. I should have really saved Tamayura for last, because nothing else is going to... I'm sure that Tengoku Daimakyou is a good show, but none of it's going to live up to that. Okay, it's not possible to live up to the quality of what I consider to be one of the greatest anime ever made. So yeah, I don't know what else to say. So I'm almost finished watching Kiruminzoo. I just wanted to point something out before I forget it, because I'll probably forget by the end of the show. Kiruminzoo is quite unique among magical girl shows. And I think that's in large part due to the staff who worked on it not really being typical magical girl people, I guess. So the original creator of Kiruminzoo is a guy called Shoji Kawamori, and he's a guy who actually specializes in mecha and sci-fi anime. He's worked on Escaflowne, Gundam, like pretty much Macross, pretty much every like mecha show you can think of. He's had some part in. He seems to be a go-to guy for mechanical design. He had like 1 million credits for mechanical design in various shows. I think Kiruminzoo really stands out because he hasn't really worked on anything like it before or since. And then the director, Soichi Masi, he also hasn't really worked on anything like it before or since. As far as I can tell, Kiruminzoo was his directorial debut, and he sort of worked on it and then didn't. It wasn't actually his directorial debut because he actually had a part. He directed a part of that really god awful, like famously terrible Grimm Brothers Fairy Tales, like 3D CG anime. But that doesn't count. But then beyond that, it seems like he didn't really direct anything for a good while. And then when he came back to directing, it was with Bunny Girl Senpai. He directed Seishun Buta Yaro wa Bunny Girl Senpai no Yume wo Minai. And he also directed Sakura Quest, and he directed Akiba Maid Senso. So like much more sort of shonen-oriented, older audience, sort of teenage boy type target audience stuff. Much more edgy, much more light novel-esque stuff. He's worked on a large variety of other things. Also, I'm literally spreading misinformation right now because he directed Hitsugi no Chaika, which is a completely different show in between that. So I don't know why. I'm literally just spreading misinformation. My brain is very brain fogged right now. So I don't know what's going on with me. But either way, you look through this guy's credits and he hasn't directed anything Magical Girl related for a very long time, or been involved with anything Magical Girl related, except right at the beginning of his career.
And it really seems like Kiruminzoo kind of comes out of nowhere and then goes away. So, the director and the original creator don't have a long history of magical girl anime or kids anime in general. They both come from very different backgrounds. And I think that's part of what leads to Kiruminzoo being very unique. And I think it's also very typical in a lot of ways of a magical girl series. There's a transformation sequence and, this very episodic storyline and a cast of wacky villains. And, in a lot of ways, it also is quite a typical magical girl show. But I think what stands out a lot about Kiruminzoo is the matter of perspective. In most magical girl shows, you have a situation where the kids know something that the adults don't, right? Like there's a secret world of magical girl battles and stuff going on that they have to keep secret from the adults. And the adults are sort of left in the dark the whole time, if they even show up. They're mostly just, they have a couple of appearances, but they're not major characters in the story, other than the fact that the kids have to keep stuff from them, right? And they're mostly left in the dark. If they do find out something later on in the storyline, it's sort of a plot twist. Whereas in Kiruminzoo, the opposite is true. The adults actually know everything from the beginning, and it's the kids that are slowly finding stuff out. And in fact, there's a lot of things that it feels like the adults know about. The world is more fleshed out, or at least that's not really the right phrase. It's more like there's implied to be a whole bunch of history and backstory to a bunch of these adult characters that they've had with each other that the kids just never learn about, because you wouldn't if you were a kid. You wouldn't know about, your work life, history and fallings out and blah, blah, blah of your parents, right? Like, and your parents probably wouldn't tell you a bunch of complicated stuff to do with their jobs and scientific research. And if they did tell you, you probably wouldn't understand it very well anyway. Which is pretty much how this show goes. Like, there's a lot of characters who are implied to have had certain backstories, but you never really. And the adult characters know each other, and they even on opposite sides, right? Like the villains and the main character's parents have a relationship, have a history together, but it's implied. A lot of it's implied, and you get the sense that they know all of this stuff. They're not telling the kids, and the kids don't know about it. And the main cast don't know about it. And there's also just a lot more involvement from older cast members, from the police, and that sort of thing that's just not typical for a magical girl show. And I think that probably comes from the staff's sort of unique perspective coming from outside of the magical girl world and sort of dipping their toes in for this one show and then never really coming back. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I just finished Animal Detectives Kiruminzoo, aka Animal Anyamaru Tantei Kiruminzoo. And it was pretty damn good. I would say it was pretty good. Let me see. Where do I start with Kiruminzoo? I want to say the ending, because this is another magical girl show. And man, where do I begin? There's a lot to say. Those final 2 episodes, I've never seen that many plot threads get resolved in that chaotic a manner since the Chimera Ant arc. It gets extremely crazy in a way that I wish Cardcaptor Sakura had. The actual build-up of stuff throughout the season actually leads to something, and characters have development, and there are plot points, and things happen, instead of Sakura, where it's they have a half-assed fight, and then the show's just over. Yeah. Okay, where do I begin? So, Kiruminzoo is about, really 2 sisters named Diko and Dimu who find these devices in their house which let them transform into magical girls. But the magical girl transformations are like animal themed. So like Riko is a cat and Dimu is a bunny. And they have these kirumins, the little devices that let them transform. But they can also transform into the actual animals. From the so they transform from regular people into these like smaller people, but the smaller people they call it kigurumi modo, and they have like a cute outfits on and big paws and stuff, and they have some of the abilities of the animal, but then they can also transform from that mode into an actual cat or an actual bunny. And then as the show goes on, their friend, a few of their older sister gets the kirumins, and she's a dog. And then one of their friends, there's also two male characters in the main cast, one of whom, it kind of spoilers if I talk about him, because he doesn't. Okay, well, you guys are never going to watch Kiruminzoo, let's be honest with you right now. No one gives a fuck about this show other than me. So Tamao, he like can't transform until about halfway through the show. There's a big special episode, like two-parter halfway through the show, where a lot of things change, you know, a big shift, and that's when Tamao actually manages to transform for the first time. And then there's Ken, who can transform into a mouse, and Tamao is like a bird. And there's a lot to it. There's a lot of lore. There's a lot of background, because unlike a typical magical girl, they're not really magical. It's actually all scientific. It's all very scientific. It's more like a sci-fi thing than a magic fantasy thing. Then it's a lot, man. I don't even know where to begin. There's so much stuff. I'm just setting the stage right now. Like, then there's this girl from school called Kanon, who is like, she can also transform into an animal, but she doesn't have a kirumin. She is from a different race of people called animalians who can just transform into animals. And turns out that her mom is like her family is like vampire themed, but they're not vampires, they're animalians. They don't suck blood, but they do bite, and if they bite you, you will turn into an animalian as well. And they have this whole, her mom is like trying to do some sort of revolution, presumably to eliminate all the, not presumably, she wants to get rid of humans. She wants to get rid of humans so that because they're mean to the animals. So you've got the good guys, the main characters, there's a lot of animal related disturbances going around in the town, and the main guys form a detective club to try and solve these mysteries. And then on the other side, you have Kanon and her mom and their whole wacky band. They have a very wacky band of like minions who are all animalians. And they're just sort of being wacky. They're just being magical girl villains doing sort of wacky stuff, you know? And so for a while, the show kind of continues on like that. But there are hints that there's more going on behind the scenes. For example, the main two girls' mum looks very similar to Kanon's mum. Like, they just look similar. They're both blonde. They both look very similar to each other. They talk about stuff, like the adult characters will mention stuff. Like Kanon, I don't know. I'm not going to do a whole plot summary because I'm not going to just do one off the top of my head. But suffice it to say
that as the show goes on, what seems like a pretty standard setup, here's the bad guys, here's the good guys, actually turns out to be a lot more complex. And the show actually really, it almost doesn't have traditional bad guys and good guys. Like, it's almost like Nanoha in that, like Fate in Nanoha is like the villain, but she's actually just being forced to do it by her mom. Kind of a similar thing, not that similar, but like Nanoha, the whole gimmick is that every season there's a new villain, and then after the end of the season they become a member of the main team. Same thing happens in like Dragon Ball. It's not really like that. I don't know why I brought that up. But the villains aren't just like bad guys for the sake of it, basically. They actually have goals and motivations, not just like be evil for no reason. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot. It's a lot, man. I think let me actually discuss my thoughts and analysis on the show. So I think I thought it was great. I think I'd give it a strong 7. Let me mark it as completed. I'm going to give it a strong 7, which is just a 7. But it's just, you and I will know it's a strong 7. I think that there's lots of really interesting visual design. I think the character designs are all great, really cute. There's also like a weird amount of like Kanon's mom. Like this is a kids show, right? But Kanon's mom is like very clearly dominatrix themed. Like she walks around in a skin tight black leather suit or spandex suit with a whip. Like it's bizarre. And like there's like a beach episode where she has this like tight. She also has giant tits, and she's wearing this like tiny bikini in this beach. Like there's a lot of fan. There's more fan service than you would expect. I don't even know if to call it fan service, but you know. Also, like it does this great thing that a lot of shows like don't bother with, where like characters that are introduced as like background characters actually end up being like slightly deeper than you first thought and have like, actual internal worlds and beliefs and motivations and personalities and stuff. There's so many characters. Like I haven't even introduced the dad. Like he's great. He's a fucking great character. He's like a biologist or like a I guess he's a biologist who just specializes in water fleas, and he's just obsessed with water fleas, and it's great. He's just a great character. Then there's this like sick fucking cool ass wolf guy. He's fucking sick. He's super cool. There's so many characters. There's a bunch of characters in this show, and they all get their arcs. Every single character has an arc that ties up interconnectedly and satisfyingly, almost. Not all of them are that satisfying, but they all like everything comes together in the last few episodes in a very satisfying and very chaotic way. And the scale feels appropriate. Like it actually feels like a very big bombastic ending that ties things together, completes character arcs in a very satisfying way. The only reason that I'm not giving it like a higher score is because actually, like especially in the earlier part of the show, towards the middle of the show, excluding the big sort of two-parter in the actually middle of the show, a lot of the individual episode by episode storylines are pretty boring and pretty formulaic. So like it's supposed to be a detective club, like they're solving mysteries, but the mysteries, this is not like a Detective Conan situation. Like the mysteries are always like comically simple and never really require much investigation to begin with. They're not ever very creative or interesting. And they also often don't end with a satisfying conclusion. Also, a lot of things do wrap up in the final few episodes, and actually the lead up to the final few episodes. But a lot of the show is like characters just out of like pure plot convenience not learning things about each other. You know that sort of thing. Like, for example, canon isn't like the main girls don't know what an animalian is until like fairly close to the end of the show, even though you as the audience have known what's going on from the beginning. But it feels like they should have figured it out a lot sooner than they did, especially given the fact that their parents knew the whole time and just chose not to tell them. There's a few different things like that where there are certain plot points that just, I don't know, it's the dramatic irony just stays for too long and makes you, it's kind of frustrating. But mostly, yeah, the only reason I haven't given it a higher score, even though I think there's a lot of great stuff about it, is, yeah, I just think that the episode, it's still fundamentally like an episodic magical girl show, at least apart from the special in the middle and towards the final like 4 episodes or so when it really becomes like one big arc. A lot of the like individual episode storylines are just pretty nothing. Like, they vary. There are some really good ones, don't get me wrong, but yeah, a lot of them just kind of, they're just not that interesting. They're just really, the mysteries are not really mysterious. They're pretty boring, and it's pretty by the books. There's not much character development. There's not much you learn about the world, and the mysteries themselves aren't interesting or complex in any way, and everything just sort of gets resolved, and it's a little bit boring from time to time. Also, I think that while the art is good, especially the character art, I thought that the directing was mostly really flat, very, I don't know what to call it, sufficient. The directing is sufficient, but doesn't make any attempt to make any sort of deeper expression. You know what I mean? There's not really much creative use of framing or creative edits or anything like that. It's sort of very, it gets the story across. You can tell what's happening, but there's nothing particularly. It doesn't really try very hard to be aesthetically interesting. The directing is just very straightforward and kind of boring, which means that even though I think the character designs are great, excellent, and I think that the art style of the characters is particularly good, oftentimes the show itself doesn't actually look that good, just because the directing is so flat and straightforward and kind of boring. I also thought that the background art was, at some points, that there were some points where the background art kind of falls apart and like just looks really bad. Not consistently, like it's consistently good enough that you don't notice it, which is pretty normal for background art. But there are some moments where the camera will pan to something and it just looks like shit. But look, the show's definitely worth watching. A 7 is definitely well into the positives of scores here. And there's a lot of unique stuff about this show as well. I think, Kanon's character design and Rimu's character designs especially, I found particularly appealing. I thought that they're pretty bold and interesting. And the characters have personality. Like, you really, even though the episode by episode storylines are pretty boring, I'm still happy to give it a positive score just because I enjoy spending time with these characters. And I'm glad that whatever happened in the show actually led up to something, and it wasn't just, like Cardcaptor Sakura, where, it looks great and the characters are cool, but the actual plot is completely meaningless and doesn't go anywhere. With this one, I felt like I was rewarded more for sitting through the boring episodic formulaic storylines because they actually went somewhere in the end that was interesting, unique, satisfying, and very much not like something you'd find anywhere else. Whereas Sakura
felt like, oh, so all of these times you were leading me on and saying that there was some grander mystery, it was just that, like, kind of disappointing, I guess. So yeah, that's Anyamal Tantei Kiruminzoo. What's next on my list? I only have 2 shows left. Tengoku Daimakyou and Denpa Onna to Seishun Otoko. We're so close to finishing this. I can't believe that I actually stuck with this. I thought this video would be a complete failure. So, well done me, I guess, but I can't. It's too early to celebrate now. I still have 2 more shows to finish. I think I'm gonna finish Tengoku Daimakyou first, and then end the video with Denpa Onna, because the Denpa is kind of a theme for this channel. And I felt like it would be, even though I think I've already watched the first 3 I've already seen Denpa Onna. I was actually rewatching it. I've already seen it all the way through. And I have seen the first few episodes of Tengoku Daimakyou, which I think is Heavenly Delusion in English. And personally, I think I probably prefer Denpa Onna, which is not really surprising given that it's a Shaft anime about a Denpa girl. Like, I love Shaft and I like Denpa characters. I like this particular era of like light novel adaptations quite a lot, so that shouldn't be very surprising that I quite like Denpa Onna. So I kind of want to watch that first, but I feel like thematically for the video, it's better to end on it. So yeah. So I just finished Heavenly Delusion, aka Tengoku Daimakyou. Let me turn the brightness on my laptop up so you can see my face. And it was pretty good. I watched it in one sitting. It was definitely very watchable. And I promise you, I'm not just a contrarian. I genuinely have this much of fucked up taste. Okay? When something is very easily watchable, it almost makes me like it less because it's too easy. It doesn't challenge me. I know that sounds pretentious as fuck, but when it's good in all the ways you'd expect something to be good and bad in all the ways you'd expect something to be bad, that's like the least interesting type of show, you know? Now listen, is it, let me mark it as completed first of all. Damn, I got like some in my throat. Let me take some sip of water real quick. So, let's get the obvious out of the way first, okay? It is a production IG show. It is obviously, on the scale of anime budgets, in the upper end, okay? The show looks high production value from the get-go. It has lots of complex animation, complex perspective shots, detailed artwork, depth of field effects, and so on. It is what you'd expect from a modern production IG or otherwise prestige type of anime in terms of production quality. Cheesy ass music, you know, high quality animation, whatever. Is the show good? Yes, the show is good. Very watchable. Very, very easily watchable. Easy to blast through. And is it good on a deeper level than that? Yeah, I would say so. It has themes. It has characters who are multidimensional. It has an interesting and at least somewhat unique setting and world. But is it amazing, as I had been led to believe by motherfuckers who love this show? No. No. It's not amazing. It's good, but it's not amazing. Okay? What takes away... I know a lot of people love this show. What takes away from it, in my opinion?
Well, I think there's a few things. I think the number one thing that annoys me about this show is just the adolescent edginess. There are a lot of moments in this show that are just pure shock value, pure just what's the edgiest thing we could do here? And they just feel pointless. They feel out of nowhere. They don't feel relevant. And they give the whole show an air of immaturity, you know, in the way that edginess sort of signals that kind of adolescence. And I think that takes away from a show that shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't have those things in it. It should be, there are times I don't. It just there are moments that feel manipulative. Like, oh my god, the most shocking thing that could have happened, and it's like, and then the music gets all fucking sad or all dramatic, and there's a piano melody, and it just feels manipulative. It feels cliche. It feels childish. It doesn't feel like it has the maturity that other parts of the show demonstrate. And it really hampers my enjoyment. In particular, I'm thinking of a couple moments, but I'll just say this, okay? There is a rape scene in this show, and I'm not a prude, okay? I've enjoyed plenty of anime with rape in them. I should not say I've got nothing against rape. That is not what I mean. Okay, yeah, it's a valid storytelling device, just like anything else. But just like anything else, it can be done well or it can be done poorly. And I think here it just came across as like, what's the edgiest thing that we can do? It didn't come across as dealt with the severity that you would expect. And also, if you'll allow me to get very, very slightly feministy for a second here. I swear it will last for 1 second and then we'll back off. The rape scene is solved by a man showing up and saving the girl and beating the guy up, and then the girl telling him to stop beating the guy up, which just feels a bit... For a show which has a strong... She's not even really a female character. It's got gender stuff going on, okay? She's a guy trapped in his sister's body for complicated reasons that the show doesn't even really resolve. Because also, actually, another thing that pisses me off about this show, ends on a cliffhanger. Kind of, at least. I'm sick of it. Can we have a show that just lasts for one season and tells a story in that season? I don't want to wait for season 2. Season 2 is going to come out 3 years from now. I'm going to have forgotten everything that fucking happened in the show. Okay, fuck you. I want a show, like, make the show 26 episodes if you need that long to tell the story. Make it a 2-core anime. That's fine. Don't fucking make me wait a few years, and now it's like, well, I've completely forgotten what the fuck happened in the first season, so I'm not even going to like, I would have if this was a 26 episode show, I would have watched it. If this was twice the length and it needed that long to tell the story, then that's fucking fine. That's fine by me, just do that. But don't... I hate these. I'm getting sick of these cliffhanger endings, second season bait bullshit. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. I don't want it to happen anymore. Because there's a reasonable chance it never gets a second season because so many anime just don't. How many of us are still out here waiting for No Game No Life season 2? How many of us were huffing copium when the movie No Game No Life 0 came out and we were like, maybe they're gonna do it? How many of us? It's never gonna happen. I had to read the fucking light novels to find out what happens. So, fuck shows that end on a cliffhanger and fuck shows that end on like season 2 bait. Okay? Just tell your story and get out of there, please. Thank you. Tell a complete story. Is it too much to ask? Is it crazy? Is it unreasonable to ask that when you come to me and you say I'm going to tell you a story, that you just tell me half the story and then be like, you should be satisfied? I'm not fucking satisfied. Okay, tell me, it's not too much to ask that I give you my time and you give me a complete storyline. It's not too much to fucking ask, okay? I'm fed up with shows that do this. End on season 2 bait. I'm fucking fed up with it. So yeah, I think that's stupid. I think that the multiple moments where the show just kind of out of nowhere just becomes super edgy and like gory or shocking, uh, they don't have the effect that I think the show wants. The show wants me to be like, oh, isn't this world so harsh, and don't I feel so sympathetic to these characters after going through so much hard shit? But I don't feel like that. What I feel like is, oh, this has really pulled me out of the show because this came out of nowhere and is like not tonally appropriate. And like I'm no longer thinking about the show. I'm thinking about the writers, which is bad. So that shit sucks. And then as for the actual story itself, I think it was good. I don't think it was like actively bad. But also, you know, coming out of having previously, if we're talking about a sort of post-apocalypse or post-apocalyptic world, right? In this very video, we already watched an anime called Jinrui wa suitai shimashita, and like that is a infinitely more creative, infinitely more unique, um, infinitely more tonally interesting show than this is. I mean, it's a post-apocalypse where they still just pay in yen for things. Like they didn't even bother to come up with like bottle caps, like they didn't even bother to be like, it's literally easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism for the writers of this show. I mean, look, we're not going to comment on that for too much longer, but there's a bunch of just a lot of the environment is kind of inventive, but a lot of it really isn't. I found there was some interesting stuff. There were some interesting moments, but there was also a lot of stuff that was just generic post-apocalyptic Japan setting, like you've seen a bunch of times. I also thought the monsters in the show, kind of boring. The fights kind of boring. Some of them were okay. Some of them were good, but most of I don't know. It was just kind of eh. It was pretty eh. Um, there's a lot of stuff that I would like to talk about, but it just isn't solved because the story ends halfway through because it's second season bait. And so I can't even say, is this good or is this bad? Because it hasn't, we don't know, like, they haven't, the, the other shoe hasn't dropped. Is that what they say? Is that a phrase? They've set up stuff, but they haven't answered stuff. So I can't tell you whether it's good or not because I only have the setup to go with. And some of the setup is good, but it's very easy to fuck shit like that up. And I could definitely see them fucking that stuff up. It's the exact sort of setup that anime normally fuck up. Okay. Um so that stuff kind of sucks. I thought the music sucked. I thought all of the music sucked. And yeah, I just thought the storyline was pretty unchallenging. And even though there were some interesting twists on the sort of post-apocalyptic genre, I really thought that the whole thing was pretty much just playing to cliches. I think that the main characters are unique and interesting enough to make the show stand out somewhat. And the little twists, and especially the sort of, because the show is like has sort of two main plots, right? You follow at some points the main two characters, and at some points, this like mysterious other cast of characters who are in a school somewhere that you don't know where they are or what the connection is to the main characters or if there is one or whatever, right? And there was sort of an A plot and a B plot, and most episodes they're sort of cut between them, and they're not directly connected, but you assume that at some point they're all going to meet up, right? Because there are they're heading towards each other basically. And it's like that school stuff is kind of interesting at the beginning of the show, But the further along you get, and the more obvious it becomes that it's not going to pay off within the next few episodes, because they're just waiting for season 2 to pay anything off, or if they even will do that, who knows? Um, the less interesting it becomes because you realize. Oh, and that's another thing. Actually, another complaint I have. Another very classic anime fuck up is um, having a fairly grounded story with just a random comic book tier villain who just is completely out of place. Yeah, this show has that. Actually, has a couple of those. Um, just like random villain who's just comically evil and over the top for no reason and feels out of place in the world. Yeah, those guys exist in this show. Um, so yeah, overall, I would say this show was very much watchable. It was very watchable. What I mean by that is it's sort of easy to just marathon. It doesn't take it much mental effort. It has a lot of hooks to keep you engaged all the time. Um, the sort of things that most people consider like essential for a good show. But for me, that's just one way of telling a story, and I don't think that's inherently good or inherently bad. There are a lot of there are a lot of things I've enjoyed where getting through them is kind of a challenge, but that makes it all the more rewarding at the end. You know, um, so I'd say it's just one artistic choice among other artistic choices you can make, and that in itself is not a positive or a negative. Um, but it is very watchable. Um, it's somewhat cliched. It has you definitely root for the main two characters for sure. I think they're great. I think the art is generally really good. It has a somewhat unique twist on a sort of anime art style that I think is pretty appealing, particularly for the characters. I quite liked it. Um, and there are definitely moments of impressive animation. Um, there are a few clever twists, although some of them are not so clever. Some of them are kind of ham-fisted. Um, yeah, I think we're probably hovering between a 6 and a 7. I think since it has a pretty good production quality, that probably pushes it over the edge to a 7. Um, but also because I'm kind of mad about a lot of stuff that the show represents, in terms of trends of anime, we might bump it down to a 6.5. We might, because it's like I don't know. I don't want to give it's still a positive rating. Yeah, it does the thing. It does the certain scientific index. It does the index railgun thing. I think it's more like index than anything else. Like index where every single fight is just the guy punches the guy because he just has the punching guy's power. Like this show has the same thing, where it's like the two main characters, like one of them just has a really powerful gun, and the other one can just kill any monster by touching it. So it does kind of suck the tension out of a lot of fights, and yeah, I don't know. Um, The mysteries are interesting, but without seeing how they're solved, I can't give it a rating because there are so many like losts in this world. Lost, the TV show. It's like you watch that show and you're like, wow, these mysteries are really interesting, and then they never get solved, or they get solved in a way that just asks more questions than it answers, and in the end, it leads nowhere. And it's like that ruins the. I hate. That's like my least favorite type of storytelling. I fucking hate that shit. And there are so many times when it's like there's a show with interesting mysteries, but then the mysteries actually resolve in a really bullshit and stupid way that ruins the whole show. Like, this could totally be one of those. Very easily, this could be one of those. Without knowing, I can't rate it. Yeah, I can't. It's impossible to say because it would retroactive. I can see them ruining it so easily, and it would retroactively ruin any enjoyment I got out of the show. So we're going with a 6.5. We're going with a 6.5. It might seem shockingly low, but I will remind you that's still definitely a positive score. I definitely enjoyed watching it. Um, and I think I'd recommend it because I am pretty picky. I think a lot of people would probably be less picky about a show like this. But I think also a part of it is when I see a show with a production quality this high, my personal standards go up. Like I feel like, okay, well if your animation has this many frames, then you better have also picked it up in the writing department as well, you know? Like I feel like it's signaling to me, hey, look at me, aren't I so expensive, aren't I so good? And I feel like I just have this net reaction where I'm like, okay then, prove it. And maybe I judge it a little bit more harshly, but hey, I'm being honest. That is how I feel. Um, that is my experience, and that's what ratings are supposed to indicate. That's what you're here for, is my experience. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not out here being a massive critic of the show. I still think it was good. Um, I don't see the hype. I don't see the this is the best thing ever shit. It's really not. It's pretty good, but it's nothing amazing. I don't know. Um okay, well that leaves us with just one more show, which I will finish tomorrow for sure, which is Denpa Onna Seishun Otoko, which I have already watched and I'm rewatching. And I'm very excited because I love that show. I think it's a great show. Um so I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go the fuck to sleep. And that's it. And that's it, guys. It's finally over. We did it. I have just finished Denpa Onna Seishun Otoko. And I'm gonna be honest with you, actually, I didn't really like it that much. I actually liked it a lot less than the first time I watched it. Which is a bit of a shame. Let me double check. So the first time I watched the show, I gave it a 7. I will mark it as completed. And frankly, I think it gets downgraded to a 6. I actually, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do know. I'm gonna explain it. Actually, that's the point of this video. Is I do know, and I'm gonna explain it. I think the thing about Denpa Onna is the first thing I want to point out is it has my favorite. It's my favorite anime OP of all time. It's Shinsei Kamata-chan. The song is called OS Uchujin, and it's an amazing song. I love it. One of the few shows where I don't skip the OP, because I will happily listen to that song a million times. It's one of my favorite songs. Just songs full stop, let alone any song. Second thing to note, it's Shaft. We all love Shaft. Directed by Akiyuki Shimbo, my favorite anime director. And it's about a Denpa character who is great. Towa Erio. So, by all means, I should fucking love this show. The problem is that although Erio is on the poster, on all of the promotional material, and in the title of the show, and it seems like everything's focused around her, once you watch the show, she has the first arc. Yes, the first 4 episodes are dedicated to her. And the rest of the show, she's kind of just a background character. She's there consistently, and she gives the impression of being the main heroine, but she's kind of not. And the other characters just aren't that strong. Erio is great. Her arc at the beginning of the show is the best part of the show. The first few episodes are the best part of the show. For a little plot recap, the main character guy, he's moved cities to go live with his aunt. And he finds out when he gets there that his aunt has a secret daughter called Erio, who claims to be an alien. And she wraps herself up in a futon, and she's very cute and very autistic. And the first arc of the show is
those two bonding, basically, getting to know each other a little bit, and getting Erio, who's very much sort of a hikikomori character, who was bullied in school, who wraps herself up in a futon to avoid the world and sort of lives in this delusion that she's an alien, breaking out of her shell, connecting with her cousin, and coming to grips with the fact that she's actually not really an alien in reality. And if it was just a short 4-episode show that was just those first 4 episodes, it would be pretty good. But the other characters, it is really in the genre of shows that is guy goes to place and group of eccentric girl characters surround him and all have a thing for him. Inexplicably, even though he's the most boring guy in the world in a very anime type way. There are infinite shows that have this formula, eccentric cast of female characters. It goes back to fucking Lum. What the fuck's that show called? Oh, come on, brain. I'm gonna go to sleep in a bit, so my brain is not activated. Come on, brain. You can't be forgetting this. This is like legendary anime. Urusei Yatsura. Come on, how am I forgetting the name of Urusei Yatsura? It's pathetic, really. I'm pathetic. But it's basically the same formula that shows ever since Urusei Yatsura have used for their rom-coms, right? So, in that genre, this is really not among the best. It doesn't have the strongest cast, doesn't have the strongest anything. It does have a pretty interesting art style. It's obviously very well directed because Shimbo is just a great director, and it has a great OP, and it has one really good character in the form of Eri Otoa, but the other characters, the other girls, are way less interesting. In particular, the aunt character, who is the second arc in the show, kind of. She fucking sucks. She's really annoying. Her only joke is that she's like kind of horny and wants to fuck main guy. And like, it's just not funny, and they keep doing it, and it keeps not being funny. And like her actual arc, when it gets to like some of the deeper episodes where her backstory and her emotions, is like some of it kind of works, some of it kind of works, but it's honestly like, I didn't come here to watch a show about a 40-year-old woman, like if I were being charitable, I would describe it as this woman, as she's turning 40, she's also coming to terms with her own morality and the morality of her mom. And she's somewhat escaping through a few sorts of delusions she brings up about herself, but she's also like too self-aware of those delusions to really lose herself in it. And then in the end, she sort of learns to come to terms with her mortality and her mom's mortality. But it doesn't really happen, and it's not really executed very well. And she's also just consistently really annoying and childish. And that's the joke. She's supposed to be like that. She's supposed to be really immature and childish, but it's just not fun to watch. It's not funny, it's not entertaining, it's not endearing, but it's also not very interesting. Doesn't give her like a unique or interesting character perspective. It just makes her really annoying every time she shows up. And then the other characters, there are 2 more girls. One of them is the tall girl, and she's kind of cool. I actually kind of like her, but she doesn't really get explored very much. She doesn't have like an arc of her own. She's just kind of there. There's like one episode where main guy goes over to her house, and there's like one episode dedicated to her, and that's a good episode. But she is honestly doesn't get enough screen time. I mean, I guess that she has sort of an arc, but I feel like she was sort of underexplored. Like I don't know. And then there's secondary girl. These shows always have main girl. In this case, it's Erio, and then secondary girl. This girl is Ryuko Mifune, and although she's not an Osanana Jimmy, she kind of has Osanana Jimmy vibes.
kind of Genki Girl vibes. Yeah, she's just kind of nothing. Like she just kind of is a very generic character. I guess that's not true. She has some interesting mannerisms and whatever, but like she doesn't have much going on. I don't know. I didn't find the episodes involving her. I mean, it's just like compared to Erio, she's just not very interesting. And I think this is the biggest problem with the show, is that they have this great character and they just don't make use of her. In particular, they set up early in the show. Okay, Erio thinks she's an alien. That's a weird thing to think you are, right? What's that about? Well, it turns out she went missing for like ages and came back and had no memories of what had happened to her over that time period. And so she filled in the blanks and started saying that she had been abducted by aliens. And over time, that sort of delusion metamorphosized into her thinking she was an alien. And so when they set that up, you start to think, okay, so we're going to learn what actually happened to her during that time period where she lost her memories. But no, it's just never addressed again. They never give you any answers. They never bring it up again. They never really mention it after they tell you about it. It's like, oh yeah, she went missing and lost all of her memories, and no one knows why or what happened. But you don't need to. That's not interesting. Let's spend like 20 episodes with this fucking horny aunt character. Fuck off. It's so annoying. Like, why set up such an interesting premise if you're not going to answer any of the questions? Like, maybe in the original source, what is it? It's got to be a light novel, right? Yeah, it's a light novel. Like, maybe in the light novel, this stuff gets answered, but I feel like adapt that part, man. Adapt that part into the anime, because that's the important part. That's the plot. That's the interesting bit of the thing. Don't just leave that to be nothing. And honestly, I feel like I think the biggest problem with this show is it's very aimless and wandering, and not in a way. You know, there are lots of shows that are kind of aimless, and I think that's good, right? There are shows that are sort of vague and tone focused and don't have such a strict plot that I fucking love, and this is some of my favorite shows of all time. But they are carried by very strong casts, and casts with great chemistry and particularly strong tone and these sorts of things. Whereas this show doesn't have any of that, and it doesn't feel like it's trying to be aimless and wandering on purpose. It just feels like the writers keep jumping from topic to topic without really ever concluding anything in a way that is deeply unsatisfying. It doesn't feel, like the closest person to having a complete arc is Erio in the first like 4 episodes, but it feels more like an introductory arc to her character, and it definitely doesn't solve anything. It doesn't actually conclude her character arc in any way. And no character arcs get anywhere near being solved or concluded in anything resembling a satisfying manner. Things just sort of happen. I don't know. I thought, honestly, I was very disappointed. I was pretty disappointed. Is it worth watching? Maybe you'll get more out of it than I did. I don't know, but on the list of billion shows that Akiyuki Shimbo has directed, at least by my reckoning, it's not one of his best. I think he's, it's not one of his best. It's not one of the best Shaft shows. It does have an amazing OP though, which is definitely worth listening to. But there are so many similar types of shows that are just way better. I mean, Haruhi, for one. Chunibyo is another similar show. Hoshizuku Telepath is actually very similar in a lot of ways. In that it's also about a girl who claims to be an alien and a sort of somewhat wacky cast. Except that show does something which I think this show really should have, which is that in my headcanon, I think Erio Towa should be a lesbian. I think this should be a Yuri show. I think it would work so much better as a Yuri than as a traditional heterosexual romance. Main character guy bringing his teen boy energy to the show actually, I feel like undercuts a whole bunch of the other character arcs. I think his sort of immature, somewhat sort of, I know what to call it, horny teen boy sexuality bullshit stuff actually kind of undermines a lot of the character development that should be happening. Hoshizuku Telepath has the balls to make itself a fucking Yuri. Is it better than this show? Maybe. In fact, according to my rating, yes. I think I gave Hoshizuku Telepath an 8. So yeah, it is. I think Hoshizuku Telepath has some problems, but it also has one of my favorite first episodes of any anime ever. So, there's that. I think if you want something similar to Denpa Onna, you could watch Haruhi, you could watch Hoshizuku Telepath, you could watch Monogatari even. There's a bunch of somewhat similar shows about these sorts of wacky I mean, even something like Haganai is a little bit similar. I mean, obviously, even something like Urusei Yatsura is a little bit similar. It's not the best in its class, which I think is pretty disappointing. And yeah, that's gonna be it for this video. I hope you enjoyed staring at my face while I talk about a bunch of completely disconnected and random anime that are only connected by the fact that I happened to be watching them at some point. So, oh no, please don't tell me I have hiccups. I fucking hate having hiccups. So, incredibly now, I get to look at my anime list on AniList and have nothing in my currently watching. It is a clean slate. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Hiccups? I hate hiccups. I never get hiccups. Why? Why? This is fucking terrible. I guess next I gotta watch the 25. There are 25 shows that I have marked as paused. I guess that's what I gotta do next, right? Guys, maybe not. Probably not. I don't know. But anyway, I'm too mad about having hiccups to give this video a proper outro. Let me know what you thought, I guess. I know some people like this format, but this is the most extreme we've gone with it. So, fucking hiccups. This is ridiculous. I gotta go drink a glass of water upside down. See you in the next one.